capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Speaking times will be determined by the total number of public comment cards and callers in the queue at the start of each public comment period. For 1 to 20 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 3 minutes. For 21 to 39 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 2 minutes. And for 40 plus total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 1 minute. No additional comment cards or calls will be accepted once the public comment period begins.
Interpreters are available for assistance with in-person public comment. Please connect with them if you are in need of services. Hay servicios de interpretación disponibles para asistir con los comentarios públicos en persona. Por favor, habla con un intérprete si necesita estos servicios.
Եթե տեղում մեկնաբանություն եք անում թարգմանիչի կարիք ունեք, միացեք թարգմանչի հետ օգնության համար։
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to a joint meeting of the Burbank City Council and the Parking Authority on Tuesday, August 12th, 2025. I will be presiding tonight over the meeting while Mayor Perez is out on leave after welcoming a baby girl a few weeks ago. So please join me for a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support for our beloved community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening. We encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we'll be doing tonight. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our passion for our wonderful city. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Thank you. And now please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, please conduct the roll call tonight.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Takahashi. Councilmember Anthony.
Present and accounted for.
Councilmember Mullins.
Here.
Councilmember Rosati.
I am here.
And Vice Mayor Takahashi.
Here and ready to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. So tonight there will be 4 periods of public comment. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period and must submit cards or call before the general public comment period begins. The first public comment period is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and/or any agenda item. If you are here in person and wish to speak during general public comment, you should have submitted a yellow public comment card to address the council and submit it to the clerk. If you would like to participate in the general public comment over the phone, please call us now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in the queue until the general public comment period begins, at which time no additional calls will be taken. If you would like to participate in public comment for the public hearing over the phone, please call anytime between now and the beginning of the public hearing at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until the public comment period begins, and then no additional calls will be taken. Additional public comment periods will be available following each report to council this evening. And interpreters are also available for assistance with public comment. We have a Spanish interpreter here for us this evening sitting in the front row. Great, wonderful. Please connect with them if you are in need of services. And tonight we have 3 announcements, or maybe 4, 3 or 4. I have conflicting information on my sheet.
The following are announcements for August 12th, 2025. Ready to go more places with Metro and Burbank Bus? Qualifying Burbank and LA County residents can enjoy 20 free rides every month on Metro and Burbank Bus through Metro's Life program. Sign up is easy and riders can get unlimited free rides for the first 90 days. Visit metro.net/riding/fares/life to learn more. Hurry in, you won't want to miss this. Now through August 16th, the Burbank Animal Shelter is offering 50% off adoption fees for all pets. Whether you're looking for a dog, cat, bunny, turtle, or guinea pig, your new best friend is waiting to meet you. Visit burbankanimalshelter.org to see adoptable animals or stop by the shelter in person at 1150 North Victory Place, open Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Don't miss your chance to give a loving animal a forever home. Come adopt your new best friend today. The Burbank Aquatic Facility will be closed for annual maintenance from August 18th through the 31st. During the closure, McCambridge Pool will remain open to the public. For hours and updates, visit burbankca.gov/aquatics or call 818-238-5381. Drop off your household hazardous and electronic waste at Burbank's free drive-through collection event on Saturday, September 6th. From 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., stop by the Fire Training Center to turn in unwanted paints, e-waste, chemicals, sharps, and more. Business waste, large appliances, or explosives are not accepted. This event is open to all LA County residents. For more information, visit lacsd.org/HHW. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
Wonderful. Is it on? Is it on? No? Yes? Yes? Okay, great. I can't hear it. So tonight we have one presentation. We get to recognize the Burbank High School baseball program for their community service efforts tonight. So, yay! So exciting. I love to see so many young folks in the room. It's amazing. Our presentation this evening is the presentation of certificates of recognition to the Burbank High School baseball program for their community service. The Burbank High School baseball team regularly participates in the community service with a focus on giving back. The team partners with local organizations such as the VFW to organize fundraisers that benefits veterans, and the team can often be spotted at the city's annual Veterans Day and Memorial Day services. The team has also volunteered at Courage Weekend, which is a competitive sports event for veterans, disabled veterans, and first responders. And of note for 2025, the team hosted an alumni baseball game to raise funds for the Central Altadena Little League, which lost equipment, field, and homes due to the tragic fires earlier this year. The event included a home run derby and garnered significant support, raising $2,438 in cash and gift cards, along with the new uniform, pants, and other equipment. Big round of applause for that. Yeah. The Burbank High School baseball program emphasizes the importance of community involvement, and these initiatives highlight their commitment to developing well-rounded student athletes who understand the importance of giving back to the community. At this time, I would like to welcome head coach Bob Hart up to the podium. So thank you for being here tonight. Would you like to share a few words?
Sure,
Okay.
absolutely.
Take comments. Yeah.
Good evening. On behalf of Burbank High Baseball, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the board for recognizing the dedication of our players, coaches, and parents, both to our school and our community. A fundamental aspect of our program is selflessness, both on the field and within the community. Our boosters play a crucial role in that endeavor. Last year, Bridget Snyder, our Booster Club president, was instrumental in organizing and coordinating various events, and the involvement from our players, coaches, and parents was remarkable. As Bridget transitions the leadership to our new board president, Tammy Gibbs, we look back on our accomplishments with pride. I have a couple of players up here who will give some words as well.
In January, we successfully raised $2,438 in cash and gift cards, along with new uniform pants, baseball gloves, and equipment for both the Altadena Little League East and West. We also created a special moment for young baseball players and families affected by the fires, allowing them to participate in our home run derby, play games during innings, and enjoy a day of fun. While the fundraising efforts were commendable, the most significant takeaway for our program was the joy shared among families during that evening. Coming together to momentarily escape the devastation of the Eaton fires and allowing our players to engage with them on the Bulldog field, sharing moments in the dugout with the big boys was truly rewarding. It reminds us of the many blessings we have, and we feel honored to have played in a small part in the Altadena Little League's journey.
All right, hello. So in the fall, we host Veterans Night to honor those who have served our country. This special evening features veterans on the field for the national anthem, with the VFW selecting a veteran to throw the first pitch and coordinating the color guard presentation. Additionally, none of these veterans will ever have to pay for a Bulldog meal at the BHS baseball field.
We have also partnered with Angel City Sports for their youth weekend, where our athletes, coaches, and families volunteer to introduce youth with disabilities to adaptive sports opportunities. We also collaborated with Angel City Sports for their Courage Weekend, providing veterans and first responders the chance to explore adaptive sports. Twice a year, we organize a Veterans Pancake Breakfast in partnership with the VFW. Our athletes actively sell sponsorships so that all veterans can enjoy a free meal on the day of our pancake breakfasts. Finally, we collaborate with the Guide Dogs of America, who join us at our events to raise awareness for the invaluable support of their service animals and connect veterans who might be interested in getting a service animal.
Those young men are a great illustration of why I'm so proud of our program. They do a great job. In closing, I want to personally thank our players, coaches, and parents for their selfless efforts, for the consistently exemplifying character, commitment, and dedication, not only to our team, but to our community as well. I also have a special recognition for Robert Snyder and Jeremy Lee. They were all league selections, and that information didn't come out until after they had graduated. So come on up and receive your much-deserved award. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you so much for sharing those projects with us and for contributing to the community. I wonder, how do you find time to play baseball? So, and congratulations on, what was that award that they just won?
That was an all-league award for Pacific League, all-league as nominated by coaches.
Wow, big round of applause for these two. Great. Wow. And now, yeah, Coach, you're not off the hook yet. You're going to help me with certificates. So at this time, the coach will be calling players one by one, and they will each receive a certificate, and we'll take a photo of each one, I believe, one at a time. One group photo at the end. So we're going to do the photos at the end, and feel free to send some love for each of these guys.
Microphone enough?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Jeremy Lee. Andrew Machado. Adrian Vasquez. Chris Haddad. Max Mahadevan. Grady Gibbs. Casey Peters. Carter Williamson. Robert Snyder. Tanner Kramer. Taylor Pryor. Luca Kuiper. Ezekiel Canto. Anthony Sanchez. Thomas Angel. Julian Racinios. Rylan LeClaire. Brandon Hernandez. Mason Schwartz. Gio Greer. Michael Bowie. And Sebastian Aguirre. Our coaching staff, as well as our athletic director, Allison McCain. Coach Tony Caccioni. Our good luck charm, Ed Herkerath. Coach Len Leak. And Coach Mike LeClaire.
And we have one for you. Thank you. Big round of applause. Bob Hart, everybody. Wonderful. I know your hands are super tired, but let's give one more round of applause for all of these folks. So wonderful. All right, so now we're going to do our group photo. Let us know how you want to situate us here.
Good job, Burbank.
As folks leave the room, we'll take a minute here.
Madam Vice Mayor, while the folks are filing out, I just wanted to let everyone know my son took a summer workshop, baseball workshop with the coach over the summer, and it was fantastic. He is so great with these young kids, middle school age kids, prepping them for high school and that elite level of athleticism. It was great to see it in person, and he's really good.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. Let's give him a couple more minutes here to get out. much fewer people today. All right. Let's get back to business here. And I just wanted to make a quick correction. Earlier in my opening comments, I mentioned that there was a public hearing. There's no public hearing tonight. There's three council items. So if you'd like to do a public comment for general public, now's the time to bring in your cards before that starts. And then we'll have 3 individual opportunities as well for each council item, okay? All right, I guess what is next now is Mr. City Manager. That's what we're at now. Mr. Hess, do you have anything to report tonight?
Yes, I do. Vice Mayor, I do have a couple of items, a couple of exciting items. The first, so we actually have 2 new faces in City Hall. So I'm going to invite first up our Library Services Director to introduce our first new city employee, and that's our new social worker. So I'll have Eric Lashley come up and do the first introduction.
Welcome, Mr. Lashley.
Welcome. Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. Eric Lashley, Library Services Director. This evening, I have the privilege of introducing Kayla Fields, the library's new full-time social services supervisor. Kayla has a bachelor's degree in social welfare and social justice from Cal State Northridge. She previously worked in the nonprofit sector, providing shelter and services to the unhoused. She most recently worked throughout LA County with foster youth. Kayla will be a member of the city's staff's homeless planning committee. As social services supervisor, she will partner with our area nonprofit organizations and assist library patrons in gaining social services. She will plan, publicize, coordinate social services programs, train staff on de-escalation techniques, as well as show how to work with patrons experiencing intellectual and developmental disabilities. Kayla will be responsible for the library's 2 link rooms, one which is located at the Central Library and one at the Buena Vista Library. She'll be normally working at the Central Library, but will be working on Thursdays at the Buena Vista Library. The link rooms provide a comfortable and supportive environment for community members to access services through Kayla or our nonprofit organizations. Kayla started work last Monday, and I'm so glad she came back. Yes. Because she worked with me the first day. Really pleased for her to join our team, so please welcome Kayla Fields.
Welcome to the team. Thank you so much for being part of it.
Thank you.
Okay, and then second, we had a promotion with our school resource officer, so we had to find a new one. So I'm going to call up our police chief, Chief Quintero, to come and introduce us to our new school resource officer.
Welcome, Chief.
Vice Mayor, Council, staff, Police Chief Rafael Quintero. I'm actually going to have Police Captain Eddie Ruiz introduce our new SRO officer.
Good evening. We're transitioning. The school starts tomorrow. We have a new SRO. Officer Courtney Pinsky is replacing Detective Roberts. She assumed her new role on July 20th. And in the meantime, she's been training with Detective Roberts. And in addition to that, prior to coming up to the investigation division where the SRO falls under, me and my command, she's taken specialized courses in order to help her fulfill her duties. We're very confident that she's going to do an outstanding job for us. She's going to be a great asset for the community and our school children and our staff. Mr. Courtney Pinsky. Go ahead.
I just want to thank you for this opportunity. As a police officer as well as a mother, I know the importance of protecting the safety of our children. So with that, I take this position with great respect and responsibility. So thank you.
Thank you. Tonight, we have a presentation. We have a federal legislative update from United States Congresswoman Laura Friedman. Is she? There she is. Hi. Please step on up and give us an update. Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
It's great to see all of you. Thanks so much for letting me come tonight to just give a little update of what I've been working on for the past 6 months since I've been in Congress. And I want to first thank all of you for your work. Coming from local government myself, I know what a hard job this is, but also how incredibly important it is for all of the people that you serve. And you all do a great job representing your community, and you're never shy to reach out to me whenever you need anything federally, and I appreciate that partnership. I also want to commend the staff. You have a fine staff here in the city of Burbank who serves the public very well. So I think I have a PowerPoint, there. Okay. So my focus when I came into Congress back in January was to continue the work that I have done in the legislature, particularly around our affordability crisis when it comes to housing, the cost of housing, making sure that we have enough housing for everybody, making sure that we have the quality of life that we all want here in Southern California, on the environment, et cetera. But I will say that a lot of that changed for a few reasons. The first is that my second day in office, the terrible wildfires happened here in the Southland. I immediately flew home, came home to a dark house with no power, not knowing where the fires were, kind of going through that with my community in Glendale, and trying to help as best I could with my brand new district as we had fires, in Hollywood and all across the Southland. So I have independently introduced 6 bills, 2 of them trying to help with fire resiliency and fire victims, including the bipartisan Don't Penalize Victims Act, which changes the way that FEMA works when it comes to disaster victims who get charity. So if you lose your house in a fire, let's say, God forbid, and your synagogue does a GoFundMe page to raise money from you, currently FEMA can deduct that money from the amount that you're owed, which I don't think is fair. So we have bipartisan support in this bill, hoping to move it forward to help our victims so that they could keep every dime of charity care that they get from their community. I also just introduced the Reducing Essential Health Care Act, which would restore the Medicaid funding to Planned Parenthood. And Planned Parenthood gives really essential care across the country, particularly in communities that are healthcare deserts. They provide cancer screenings, STD support, HIV prevention, and so much more, family planning. And since these cuts, we've already seen 5 Planned Parenthood clinics in California close. This bill has over 100 co-sponsors within a week of it being introduced, and so we're going to continue to fight for healthcare access across the country, and particularly here in California. So very excited about that. We now have 134 co-sponsors and counting on that bill. I am helping to lead the No Masks for ICE Act to make sure that we have accountability and we have law enforcement done in a way that is protective of our community and also gains the trust of our community. And having ICE agents who are masked and without ID means that if someone feels that their civil rights have been violated, they have nowhere to turn because they don't know the name of that officer. And we've also seen people not even know if they're really from ICE or federal agents or just someone kidnapping someone on the streets or someone committing a crime. So this would help a lot with that, and I'm proud to be leading that effort here in Los Angeles. I am also working on a national film tax credit to build on what California has done to try to bring the industry back to Los Angeles. It's the industry that brought me to LA and my husband to LA in the first place. You all know very well, being the home of many studios, being the media capital of the world, how important this industry is for our identity here in the Los Angeles region. So trying to work across the aisle on this as well to try to keep a signature American industry right here at home in America and to make sure that films are produced in the United States. In terms of federal investments for Burbank, I have personally requested and made great progress in securing millions of dollars in federal investments for Burbank. I worked with you and your staff on this, and I am pleased to report that 4 key projects have been preliminarily included in the House Appropriations Bill. Now, there's still a ways to go because this bill first has to get off the floor of the House, has to go to the Senate, and then go back to the President for his signature. Hopefully that all happens and we bring that money home for Burbank. And that includes over $1 million for the replacement of the Burbank Water and Powerable Potable Water Reservoir to ensure that our community has access to clean and safe water. $3 million for the construction of the new Burbank Central Library in the Downtown Civic Center. I'm very excited about that. $250,000 for the design and environmental review to support replacement of the Olive Avenue Bridge. $250,000 to update and install a new customer information service signs and monitors for the Burbank and Glendale Metrolink stations. And as a transit rider myself, it would be great to kind of grow up and have what a lot of other major cities have, and that's monitors that tell you where the trains are and when they're coming, and if there's a problem, and if so, where you can go to get where you're going. And I'm also proud to announce that over $16 million of federal funding is going to be flowing to the Burbank Airport for the new passenger terminal project. I've been continuing to work on advocating for this project going back before my assembly days, back when I was a Burbank Airport Commissioner for the city of Glendale, and I'll continue to fight for this airport in Congress. It's certainly important for those of us smart enough to fly into Burbank and not into other large airports that might be at least 2 hours away if you're in rush hour traffic. Also very important in terms of emergency to have an airport that supplies can fly in and out of. I am also honored to have led the federal effort to restore almost $20 million in HIV prevention services in LA County, which had been frozen by the Trump administration. When I found out about this about 2 months ago, I was able to raise a very big fuss about this in the media, and with my colleague, I engaged with LGBTQ organizations and stakeholders in roundtables to talk about what was happening and the impact that had, which was that LA County canceled all 35 of their HIV and STD prevention grants, which meant that we were out there defenseless against the rise of this terrible disease, and now that money has been restored, at least for this year. And hopefully we don't have to keep fighting year to year. Hopefully we work on prevention to make sure that we keep that under control. And in terms of the district, one of the most important things to me is to make sure that we service just plain constituents here in Burbank and help people navigate what can be often a confusing and overwhelming federal system. So my office has been busy at work in the district right next door to you every day. Our casework team so far has solved almost 900 constituent cases, returning more than $3 million directly to taxpayers in cases ranging from Social Security issues to immigration. I have attended and held more than 15 town halls, rallies, and roundtables where I get to meet directly with constituents and stakeholders, answer their questions, and work on a path forward. Just this week alone, I've been touring medical clinics that are impacted by the Trump cuts all across this district to talk about ways that we can prevent the worst from happening when it comes to food aid and homelessness prevention services. I have answered myself, we have answered more than 90,000 constituent questions from people who call us directly or write to my office. We make sure that every single one of them gets an answer back. And I've joined over 100 community events all over this district. I have signed on to more than 550 letters, that's more than 2 a day, to various federal agencies, and also in co-sponsoring various pieces of legislation, and that's in 6 months, so I am just getting started. Looking ahead, it has been a very tumultuous past 6 months in Congress and in the world, but I want to give you my guiding lights as we close out and move into the second half of the year. I remain committed to protecting democracy, and pushing back against the Trump administration's attack on our communities is paramount. It starts with upholding our democratic values in Congress and making sure that we have separation of powers so that when Congress appropriates money, it gets to those groups that have been promised their funding, and that we have transparency in everything that we do in government. Our wildfire victims are still looking for help and answers, and I have been prioritizing them and all disaster survivors in my legislative work. The federal government needs to step up for the plate. We can't continue to have a system where the president withholds FEMA money from disaster victims, saying that he doesn't think that California deserves to get relief money. And he certainly can't help victims by dissolving FEMA. The last FEMA head, who was appointed by Trump himself, said publicly when I asked him, will dissolving FEMA help or hurt victims? And he said hurt victims, and he was fired within a week after saying that publicly. Defending healthcare access is critical. We had a struggle with healthcare access before this administration, but cutting $1 trillion out of Medicaid and kicking 13 million Americans off of Medicaid is going to make things exponentially worse. And outside of those individual people that are going to have a challenge still accessing Medicaid, we are hearing from providers, and just today I heard from Project Angel Food that they've had over $500,000 cut for this year's budget alone. These are the people that provide medically necessary meals to cancer patients, people on dialysis, et cetera, and they don't know how they might have to cut 600,000, they might have to cut thousands of people from getting those meals because of the cuts to Medicaid, because Medicaid funds a lot of that program. And so there's a lot of ancillary funding that's being cut that hasn't even hit the radar yet. I'm continuing to defend healthcare access for our LGBTQ community, for everyone who's vulnerable, and leading legislation to restore Medicaid funding to Planned Parenthood. And again, as a former film producer, making sure that we have a healthy local economy and have the film industry present and back in our region and the studios full and those sound stages active is a top priority of mine. And I'm continuing to work on that. So, contact me. You can contact me through my office in Washington, D.C. or Burbank. That information is on the screen, including my website, which is a great way for members of the community to share their thoughts or to request help from my office. I want to thank you again for having me, and I don't know how to turn this off, so maybe somebody else can do that for me. But I want to thank you again for having me. I want to thank you again for all of your work and your partnership, and with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Great. Thank you so much for taking time out of your break to come update us over here.
Well, it's not a break. It is a recess work period, as my schedule could tell you. So I'm really excited to be out doing that work in this capacity.
Okay. Council, any quick comments or questions for the Congressman? Yes, Councilmember Shelley.
Just thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Just a couple of comments, and thank you for all your hard work, Congresswoman. I just wanted to tell you, insurance at affordable rates and coverages is even tougher to get, and it's a barrier to housing.
Yes.
Once people get that insurance bill, escrows are being canceled. And other areas now in this region have been deemed high fire zone areas. It's putting a lot of pressure on families and seniors, so I just want to bring that to your attention. The pipeline to housing itself, building, is at an all-time low. I'm just not seeing any transactions that are happening other than the stuff that's already in the pipeline, but new stuff being built. So anything we can do to incentivize development through tax credits or capital gains reductions or something to kickstart the housing in this area. So just want to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member, for bringing that up, and I really appreciate you championing these issues. I am about to introduce a housing package. It's going to be additive and something to help give cities tools to help with things like infrastructure, upgrades, that kind of barrier. And in terms of insurance, absolutely. As someone who is on FAIR Plan myself, I understand the gaps that gives and the nervousness of living in brush as I do, and the difficulties of maintaining insurance. And it's not just us in California. Florida is having a crisis as well. It's happening around the country as weather gets more unpredictable and more extreme and disasters become more frequent. And so the state has to deal with it, but also the federal government has a role to play. So I appreciate your putting a flag on that and look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
It's funny, I spoke with somebody who's about to announce that they're running for California Insurance Commissioner, and their entire platform is exactly what you were talking about. I want to point out two things, and then I want to ask a question unrelated. In 2022, this body unanimously endorsed ending military aid to Azerbaijan. In 2024, this body unanimously endorsed an end to the war in Gaza. Moving forward, please consider both of those unanimous statements from this body whenever you see military funding. Separate from that, Congressman Kiley, Republican in Central California, he's trying to move forward with a bill that would outlaw gerrymandering across the country. What are you seeing on how viable that bill is? Is it getting broad support? That's a big issue that California is dealing with, Texas is dealing with. What is your take on that?
Thank you. So I haven't read his bill yet, and I look forward to doing that. And of course, we'll consider supporting anything that I think furthers democracy and protecting voters. My understanding is the bill doesn't touch gerrymandering. It only is about mid-cycle redistricting.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's not gerrymandering. In fact, a few years ago, there was a bill on the floor of Congress that would have outlawed gerrymandering nationwide and instituted what California, similar to what California has, independent redistricting commissions based on the Voting Rights Act. Every Democrat voted for that and every Republican voted against it. So I'd be very surprised if he would introduce an anti-gerrymandering bill. However, the redistricting that's happening now midstream in Texas, and now Florida's announced they're looking at the same thing, I think that's awful. And so I will certainly take a close look at his legislation.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you very much for being here and for always supporting Burbank. And we really appreciate it, all the funding that you find for us. So this is great. Keep it going, and we'd like to have more. Very important topic that we have been talking about lately, which is the media industry and losing a lot of jobs. And we definitely have seen the impact here in Burbank, where individuals lost their jobs, they moved out of California, they're relocating somewhere else where we can get jobs. I just want to know if there is any hope. I know the funding has been, put on the table and offered to the media industry, but it seemed like it's not enough. We're still losing more and more every day. How soon are we looking at remedying all this and make it happen sooner so we can start filming back again here locally?
Thank you. It's an excellent question. So the state did just massively increase their own film tax credit. So that hopefully will start to kickstart more production here in the Southland. And I do believe that that will be a tremendous help, because the first film tax credit made a huge difference in bringing productions back home, particularly on the television side. I wrote a letter asking the studios to shoot Los Angeles as part of fire recovery. So many of the people who lost their homes are either in the industry themselves or work in fields that are touched by them, whether it's a dry cleaner or a caterer. We know that the industry touches a lot of other touches the economy of the whole region. And The Fast and the Furious is going to be shooting here in Los Angeles. And the studio did announce that they want to do that partially as fire recovery. So I do see some things starting to change. In terms of timing for the National Film Tax Credit, we have a ways to go. We first have to get support from more members, which means educating them as to why this is important, and getting bipartisan support. So I couldn't give you a timeline on when that will pass. Right now I'm working on building the support internally in Congress, putting all of the stakeholders together so that people understand that this industry is worth supporting in the same way that tax credits support the pharmaceutical industry, and many other industries are supported by tax credits. The energy sector is supported by tax credits. This is a very American product that also gives us a chance to tell our story the way that we want to the rest of the world. So there's reasons beyond economy that I believe the industry is important for this country. And so now it's my job, along with my colleagues and Adam Schiff, who's working with me on this, to convince enough legislators to move this forward to the president's desk.
Great, thank you. I do have one more question. Is the No Mask for ICE Act, so we have an item coincidentally on the agenda tonight. I'm just wondering if you can give us an update to what the progress is, what's happening, what is the progress, who's exactly working on this, because as local government, we are trying our best to protect our community, but I just want to hear from you, like how far has it gotten? What are we looking at?
Right, so we are still asking for co-sponsorship in the House. There is a similar bill in the Senate. I believe Alex Padilla is leading that effort. So there's efforts in both chambers. And, I still have hope that this could be bipartisan, because I think, having people that are not identified, out there in the public, confusing the public, without having a chance for accountability, to me, should be a bipartisan effort. I support law enforcement. We all support law enforcement. Law enforcement doesn't work if it doesn't have the trust of the public, if it's not working hand in hand with the community. And we have heard from people fear from these agents. I've been told by law enforcement that they get calls all the time of people saying, I saw someone get thrown into the back of an unmarked van, and I think I may have just seen a kidnapping. And they have to go and run that down and spend time for officers to chase that down. And sometimes, often they find out that that's ICE. And we could have avoided all of that if they were clearly identified and the public would know what they were seeing. So I'm still hoping that this can be a bipartisan effort, and we'll move it forward and make our case. And I think the American public is making their case, because these current efforts and what ICE is doing is deeply unpopular. It's deeply unpopular here in Los Angeles. It's deeply unpopular in every community where we have seen this happen, which, by the way, are almost all have been democratically led communities, but this is not a popular thing. So, I would hope that Congress would follow and ICE would follow the will of the community that they are supposed to be protecting, and conducting themselves in a way that gains trust and doesn't terrorize people.
Thank you. Thank you for fielding our questions. I have a quick follow-up question from that, if you don't mind. One of the challenges is that once somebody does go into the system is keeping track of where they are, right? So I have a two-part question there. Is there anything in the pipeline to help make that better, to find people easier in the system? And secondly, if there are local folks who are having trouble finding their loved ones, can they contact you to help find those folks?
If their loved ones are constituents in this district, absolutely, we will do our best. If not, we will connect them with whatever office represents them. And I will confess that it's hard for us as well. We as Congress we don't get to control ICE's policies necessarily. And they have been very non-responsive with us. When we have asked about people, sometimes it's even American citizens or people who are here legally, it's very difficult for us often to get answers and to get them in a timely fashion. And people are being moved around, like you said, they don't have access to their lawyers. They're being held in really inhumane, overcrowded conditions, including children. Children being held in facilities that are not meant to hold people, without proper food, without blankets, without pillows. So we're treating people terribly who are just trying to follow the American dream, the vast majority of them. And it's being done, again, without accountability. Just yesterday, some of my colleagues went to an ICE facility and found it empty. They had moved everybody out because they didn't want members of Congress interviewing them. So this is what we're facing. And again, this isn't how a democracy operates, and it's certainly not how the United States should be operating.
Well, thank you for that update. Unfortunate news, but thank you for fighting the good fight. And then more locally, I just wanted to bring it back to Burbank, even though that is affecting us. The funding, again, that Councilmember Mullins mentioned, thank you so much for earmarking these specific projects that you earmarked for funding for federal level. It may not seem to folks outside of our community that these are important, but these are very, very important projects for us in this community. So much thank you for that. And thank you for, what I notice is that you take things that maybe are indirect or maybe are overlooked and work on those issues. And I really appreciate that in some of your policies. So, because sometimes it's easy to not see the little things and you see them. So appreciate that. Any other questions, or we're going to wrap up? Well, thank you for coming out, giving us an update, fielding our questions and comments, and looking forward to continually working with you.
Well, thanks again for your work and your partnership. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Sure, why not? Yeah, clap, not clap. Yeah. All right, we are now to the City Attorney. Mr. City Attorney, will you please report on closed session?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and for the benefit of the public, the City Council met this evening at 5 p.m. in closed session to discuss two items of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1. The first item was Letice Cherie Whitehead versus City of Burbank, personal injury case, and the second item was Luring Payali versus City of Burbank, a civil rights case. The City Council took no reportable action this evening.
Great, thank you for that report. All right, the moment you've all been waiting, many of you have been waiting for, is the time for general public comment. I will be calling out the speaker's name as well as the person who is next in line to speak. In order to keep public comment moving in a timely fashion, we have a designated seat in the front row for speakers who are up next to the podium, what that little black cover is. A timer is available on the podium. This is also the last call for anyone who needs an interpreter, or that staff member will be released. Did anybody contact you about an interpreter? All right, well, thank you for staying here this long and enjoy the rest of your evening. You're free to go. Thank you. Persons may choose to use the first period of public comment to address agendized report, but will not be able to speak on that item following this segment. When you speak, please state your name for the record. The general public comment is now beginning, and no additional cards or calls will be accepted. Madam City Clerk, how many public comment cards and calls do we have for public comment?
15 total.
15 total. So 15 total, good news, you get 3 minutes to do your public comment. So let's see. This is 4. Okay. First up, we will have Alex Avenasian, followed by Adrian De Leon. Welcome, Mr. Avenasian.
Thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Alex Avanesian, and I'm with the Office of California State Assembly Member Nick Schultz. And on behalf of Assembly Member Schultz, I have a video to share regarding State Senate Bill 805 by Senator Perez.
Specifically thank Mr. Feldman and the police chiefs for being on that Zoom. Colleagues, I am recommending an aye. Senator, I want to thank you and your team, your sponsors. I also want to specifically thank Mr. Feldman and the police chiefs for being on that Zoom late last night, trying to craft the deal. I think this is good public policy. It's great to strike the right balance and see law enforcement and the community coming together. And, you know, not that it's exactly applicable, but from my legal training, I think about the confrontation clause and the basic premise in our justice system that if someone is going to apprehend you, take you from your home, take you from your place of work, the very least that you are entitled to is to know who the hell they are and what you're accused of doing wrong. And when they don't have identification, when they're masked up, that is my concern, is that basic premise of our justice system fails. So, Senator, great bill. Would love to jump on as a co-author. Applaud all the collaboration on this, and let's get it done. I rarely say this, but I think there's only one way to vote on this one. Let's call the roll.
And in addition to the video, I have a letter on behalf of Assemblymember Schultz on this bill that reads, Dear Honorable Mayor Perez and members of the City Council, I urge you to support SB 805, the No Vigilantes Act by Senator Perez. This bill mandates personnel of any local, state, or federal law enforcement agency, except for undercover personnel, to visibly display identification that includes either a name or badge number to the public when performing their duties. A violation of this requirement is punishable by imprisonment for up to 6 months, a fine of $1,000 or both. This bill prohibits individuals authorized to apprehend a bail fugitive from using their position for immigration enforcement. In light of the Trump administration's aggressive immigration raids in Los Angeles, it's imperative that we draw a distinction between local law enforcement and their duty to keep our communities safe and federal immigration enforcement. I'm proud to co-author this bill that helps bring transparency to our communities. SB 805 passed the Assembly Public Safety Committee on July 15th and will be heard next in the Assembly Appropriations Committee. Given the recent escalation of ICE activity in Burbank and across Los Angeles, I urge the City Council to support SB 805 to bring increased transparency and public safety to our community members. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, we have Adrian De Leon, followed by Ron Bax.
Ooh, a little short. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor Takahashi, council members, city staff, and everyone in the chambers, and everyone watching online. So I'm always here. I typically reserve my right to comment unless I have some education or experience or expertise on the topics that are introduced or on the agenda. In that case, I'd like to talk about item number 7, the Safer Streets Plan. So I was there during the Transportation Commission meeting, and I know I'm always here, but I do a full-time job. I work on an ambulance. I'm an EMT. So I've lived in Burbank my whole life. I've went to Bret Hart. I bike to Luther and Burroughs. But these days, when I'm driving the ambulance on the cities that I work on, they're unincorporated, so they don't really have the best of streets. I'm sure with the index of our public works department, it's quite the comparison. So that being said, I don't really have any topics planning to regarding city planning or public works in general. But in terms of like more of a PSA or safety announcement, what I've noticed is even on the highways, not a traffic officer or a CHP patrolman, But when people are turning, they're kind of going into other lanes, they're not signaling. They're kind of relying on their blind spot detection mirrors or signals, however that works. And people are kind of just swerving. They're going really fast. They're not really knowing where they're going in the first place. So whenever I'm doing a medical assessment, people are so flustered that I didn't see them. I don't know where they're coming from. I don't know where they're going. And oftentimes it's just a matter of not really regarding other people as people. It's kind of obstacles in your way to get somewhere. And in the greater Los Angeles area, it's kind of hard to remember that these are people on the streets, on the highways and everything. So in that regard, trying to see other people as people, just remembering that everyone who's living around you, it's not just busy day-to-day life. It's people living a life, living a story. So especially in regards to school coming back up, especially with the streets being as they are now, I just want to press upon that. So look out for each other, both literally, physically, and also just as people. So as always, I'm going to be in the back, just listening, learning, laughing alongside you. So with that, I hope you have a great night.
Thank you for your comment. Up next is Ron Bax, followed by Tom Stenger. Welcome, Mr. Bax.
Good evening, Council. I had planned to continue and complete my presentation of the Maui Apartments episode. However, other matters have arisen that are more current and pressing, so it has been preempted along with episode 5. To Council Member Rosati's statement at the July 15th, 2025 City Council meeting regarding rent control, quote, "There is always a point, I think, when Council starts to realize that the information they are getting is not reliable," unquote. I hope he is not referring to the information I and other housing providers have been providing. If anyone believes I have given erroneous, misleading, untrue, deceitful, disingenuous, or purposely inaccurate information during the last 2.5 years, see me. We will review the underlying data. We housing providers do not give anecdotal, gossip, secondhand, conjecture, guesswork, or hearsay-based presentations. We nearly always, I say nearly, because I am not going to review 2.5 years of City Council recordings, to validate a 99% or greater claim, give accurate factual data and logical conclusions. I received my trash service bill a week ago. I noticed that it increased. I thought to myself, it just increased. So I investigated. The charge increased 5% in February. 2 months later, April, it increased 5%. 3 months later, July, it increased 6%. And 1 month later, this month, it increased another 6%. Math shows the compounded increase to be 24% in a 6-month period. This is not a major expense, but when combined with other significant expenses, electricity, water, sewage, and professional services that are increasing at comparable rates, maybe not in the same, maybe over different time frames, result in an aggregate comparable to the major expense of hazard and liability insurance, which, as an aggregate itself, has increased more than 200%, tripled over the last 2 years. The statement on July 29, 2025 City Council meeting, quote, "If you are truly a good landlord and who doesn't raise rents much and takes care of his tenants, our proposed protection won't affect you," unquote, is only true if expenses do not increase much and you never have a bad tenant, which is not realistic. I am certain that if an economist or bank loan officer was asked, quote, "Can a business that is regulated so extensively, who's regulated so that expenses exceed income, remains financially solvent," would answer no, and follow up with questioning your mental health. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Tom Stenger, followed by Mark Scroggs. Tom Stenger? Going once, going twice. Okay. Next up is Mark Scroggs, followed by Mike Darian.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mark Scroggs. First, I want to thank everyone who was involved with the planning and running and putting together the Burbank Media Fair a couple weeks ago, including the Councilmember Anthony, whose idea was originally, but they did a great job. It was a great crowd, a great variety of booths, and Woodbury is a really nice campus. I've never really been there. The talent reps who were with me at my booth were really impressed by how much was going on. My friends and clients who were there, one of my younger clients who just graduated, he says, I learned more today than I learned in the last 2 years of college because of just how the business works, which is nice. It was a lot of good information. I think a lot of people came, it went well. But I also know, and we felt it too, that because there weren't a lot of jobs there and there was a lot of people looking for jobs, that there was a lot of frustrated people. We had a lot of people trying to give us resumes, besides actors looking for job representation, which is a whole other, can of worms. I'm still getting that from people. But I understand the frustration, but this is a positive step. The city did something that no one else has been doing. I know Santa Monica is starting to do some different things also, but it's great that we're doing this. It's like with the task force. We're making positive steps because this is a long haul. We're not going to get studio films back for a long time, if ever. It's going to be more independence and more creative projects on their own. But yeah, so it was good. I did just want to say too, I saw a list today of all the TV stuff shooting right now or in the next month. And looking at it, only about 22 to 23% are shooting here. So much of it is in Canada. But then I was telling Representative Freeman, there's something with Canada with tariffs and people wanting to go here. So they're all going to New Jersey for whatever reason right now. So there's something to think about. So who knows what's going on because the economy is screwed up for everybody. And then I'm going to start sharing some other things that we can do to help bring things back besides just, ask for more money. Because most of this money is going to go for independent films. I know the Brad Pitt film is, shooting here. I think some of it's going to shoot here in Burbank too at some point. So that'll be nice. It's getting a lot of attention. And last, to the audience out there, I want to, suggest checking out the Instagram account of Producer Patrick. He's been doing a bunch of stuff about different things like studio space, filming in other places. He did something today about going back 30 years to look at Robert Ramirez, Quentin Tarantino, and Kevin Smith and how they made money on no project with no money to build careers. And that's what we got to really encourage here now too. And they did it was a lot harder than with big films when we now have cameras that can do most of that work. So that's it for tonight.
Perfect timing. Thank you for your comment. Next up is Mike Durian, and followed by Diana Pulver.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Durian. I'm a housing provider in Burbank. John Maxwell, leadership expert and author of over 80 books, once said, "Leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less." Influence demands courage, and courage means speaking when it's easier to stay silent. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter." And he went on to say, there comes a time when silence is betrayal. Silence is not an option when the future of Burbank is at stake. Whether you support or oppose rent control and rent registry, your responsibility as city council members is to ensure Burbank stays unique, thriving, and far better than Los Angeles with its crime, homelessness, failing schools, and neglected neighborhoods. This council has built layer upon layer of protections for tenants, but it's time to also show appreciation and stop demonization of responsible housing providers who invest in and maintain the very homes tenants live in. As a real estate broker of 36 years, I can tell you, some investors are already walking away from Burbank. If this continues, people like me, who have proudly invested here, will have to look elsewhere. That would be a loss for this city. The next time someone says, "LA my Burbank," stand up and make it clear why our standards must be protected, while remaining compassionate toward tenants and fair in shaping housing policy. Any true resident of Burbank would not want Burbank to be LA. Leadership means standing up for everyone you represent, not just a few. It means protecting what makes Burbank special. It means speaking up, because silence is not an option. We are watching. We expect leadership. Keep Burbank, Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Diana Pulver, followed by Jason Lewis. Welcome, Ms. Pulver. You have 3 minutes.
I won't need all three. Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Diana Pulver. As a small mom-and-pop housing provider, I work hard to maintain and make improvements by reinvesting in my property. I absorb as much as I can so as not to pass the costs on to the renters, because I am mindful that we are all facing rising costs. Short-sighted regulations like the rent registry will make this that much harder to do. Rising costs stifle reinvestment. Mom and pop providers face hurdles like this every day, and we face them without help. Mom and pop providers are the backbone of Burbank, and placing obstacles like the rent registry makes our job that much harder. Please, don't LA my Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Jason Lewis, followed by David Donahue. Welcome, Mr. Lewis. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. I was on vacation a couple of Tuesdays ago. I am here tonight as a private citizen, but I have served as a transportation commissioner, and thanks to your reappointment, for 4.5 years. In that time, I have served in the past as vice chair and chair, and I am not in favor of reducing the sizes of the boards and commissions. When I was last here, we had a house full of folks, new applicants, folks like me seeking reappointment, spouses, children, all manners of supporters here. This is an engaged citizenry, and if anything, we should be seeking to increase the sizes where feasible. Members have vacations, they get sick, and I know that we've all had to suspend meetings because of quorum issues. The meetings could be shorter if we had 12 meetings a year, not if we had fewer voices in the room. And the voices all bring a rich background of experience, and we have generally reached consensus over motions we've sent to council. Speaking of boards and commissions and consensus, the Transportation Commission has sent not one, but 2 motions in favor of a dedicated BRT lanes on Olive. The first motion read, the Commission passed a motion recommending that the City Council support the Metro North Hollywood to Pasadena BRT project with the Olive Avenue section implemented as a side-running, bus-only lane, but with later conversion to mixed flow if traffic concerns or other issues are identified, and to ensure that street parking on Olive Avenue be preserved. This motion passed 5 to 1 to 1. That was December 20th, 2021. The second motion passed on January 22nd, 2024 reads, the Commission passed the following motion. The Commission supports dedicated bus lanes, yada, 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 including the bus on Olive Bridge, which we now have $250,000 for the design. Thank you, Congresswoman Friedman. I won't read all the rest of it, but the motion passed 6-0-1. So, as Metro listened to our request, they offered us permit authority. And as an engineer, that's a big deal. I could talk to you later if you like about why that's a big deal and explain. But if we just give Metro nothing, they can just walk away. They don't have to support us about the Olive Avenue Bridge. But together, we can make a better and stronger case to take to Caltrans. It's a state-owned bridge. And because it's not currently up to safety code, you could just walk over it to find out. And if we band together with Metro to get a shared win, the new Olive Bridge over the channel, we can definitely be better than if we're going afterwards when the BRT already has 2 other stations that don't implement a new bridge. So, in advance of the upcoming meetings, I would implore you to revisit this with fresh eyes and be open to continuing the dialogue with Metro, considering the future of Burbank will be multimodal as it was from the beginning. Trains, covered wagons, Pacific Electric light rail, horses, bicycles, all grace the streets of Burbank before cars. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, we have David Donahue, followed by Harry Tamurian. Welcome, Mr. Donahue. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Takahashi, council members, David Donahue, business owner, resident. The previous speaker speaking, I think as a resident or a member of the Transportation Commission, I'm not sure, I didn't hear that. The nice thing about boards and commissions is they report to this body. They do not make decisions for the city of Burbank. So if it was 4-1, 5-1, 6-1, 10-1, it does not matter to this body. You all were elected to make those decisions for us. There has been a great deal of effort to keep Olive Avenue the way that it is and just have a mixed flow until the ridership is increased. This body has voted twice to support that. And I am confident that even against what Councilmember Anthony has said to the Metro Board twice, there in person against the guidance of this body, on his own, joking and grinning the way that you are now, that doesn't care, even though the council reprimanded you for that. It didn't hurt you, it probably helped, so good job, brilliant political guy. The other thing I want to talk to you about, and it's probably directed at, I believe, the Mayor Perez and any council member who has said that it's not on the agenda, so why are you here talking about it? May not have said that specifically, but we're here because why? Look at this little counter. I still have 1:30. I don't have 60 seconds. I can talk to you about the BRT, like I just have, and now we're going to be talking about rent control and rent caps. Bad. Burbank Fair Housing, a brilliant political action committee. Burbank Fair Housing, don't LA my Burbank. We are putting together a series of videos on our YouTube channel, and I've never had better community outreach from housing providers. And the next phase are going to be tenants. Tenants that have not come to this group because I believe the level of intimidation by the Burbank Tenants Union, who go to these places and say, don't you want representation because you're being discriminated against for any reason. They're demonizing housing providers, and that has to stop. So I respectfully thank the council for looking at these issues from both perspectives, and that particularly on a slow night like tonight, we're going to take our opportunity with public comment to say just that. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Harry Tamurian, followed by Elizabeth Bax. Need a break. Take a look. Ooh.
Wait till everybody gets it.
Welcome, Mr. Tamurian. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Mayor, City Council, good evening. Harry Tamurian, Burbank Association Realtors. I'm here to speak about 2 items today. On July 15th, I sent an email to each of you requesting updates to terminology and policies relating to housing providers. This request came on behalf of the Burbank Association Realtors, and it included 3 specific items that we believe are essential for fairness and professionalism in our city's housing landscape. These are not radical changes. They are practical, respectful, and long overdue. First, we asked the City of Burbank update its terminology, replacing the word landlord with housing provider in all official documents, communications, and commission titles. For example, the Landlord-Tenant Commission should be renamed the Housing Provider-Tenant Commission. Why? Because words matter. This change would reflect mutual respect and acknowledge the important role housing providers play in our community. It's about recognizing that housing providers are more than just property owners. They are partners in creating safe, stable homes. Second, we request that the city prepare and maintain professional, dedicated forms for housing providers. Right now, most city forms are written exclusively for tenants. Housing providers often have to cross out the word tenant and handwrite housing provider. This is not just inconvenient, it is unprofessional, inequitable, and sends the wrong message about the city's disregard for its housing partners. Clear, accessible, and professional prepared forms would go a long way in building trust and cooperation. Third, we urge the city to adopt an anti-harassment ordinance that protects housing providers from tenant harassment, just as tenants are already protected. Harassment can include threats, vandalism, frivolous legal actions, or repeated lease violations. These behaviors cause real harm, both financially and emotionally, and should be taken seriously. The City of Claremont has already enacted such protections. Burbank should follow that example, ensuring a balanced and fair approach for everyone. Implementing these changes, terminology updates, professional forms revisions, and anti-harassment protections will foster a more cooperative, respectful, and sustainable housing environment in Burbank. Remember, housing providers are not adversaries. They are allies in keeping this city livable, safe, and welcoming.
Second, on September 7th, council members Anthony and Rosati are hosting a pickleball tournament to support BCR. I am proud and honored to announce that the Burbank Association of Realtors charitable arm, the Burbank Realtors Community Foundation, will be sponsoring the entire lunch for all the participants. The sponsor amount is $700. Realtors and housing providers together love giving back to this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Elizabeth Bax, followed by Chuck Mercier, and that's my last card. Welcome, Ms. Bax. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, everybody. I'm Elizabeth Bax. I'm going to continue a little bit on where I left off last week since I only had 60 seconds. When Mr. Donahue said that Councilmember Anthony was able to go to the LA Metro and say what we didn't all represent here in Burbank twice, and it didn't affect him. Councilmember Anthony, it didn't affect you that you spoke there twice. Nothing happened to you. But if this becomes a dedicated lane, it's going to affect a lot of people that live here in Burbank. Not just one, but a lot. And yes, there are some pluses to it, but the people that live between Buena Vista and Victory, not even going over the overpass, will be deeply affected. I don't think I need to remind you school starts tomorrow for all of Burbank School District. John Burroughs High School, Disney Elementary School, Huerta Middle School, and I can add into that pack Roosevelt Elementary and Stevenson Elementary will all be affected with a dedicated lane. All the families, not just the people that live in those neighborhoods, but all the people that feed into that. We have 2 major public high schools in this area. So half of the city's kids go to that school and half of them go to the other school, and they have to get there. And the Metrolink or the Metro bus will not take them there. I would encourage you to participate tomorrow morning, maybe starting at 7:30. You could maybe hang out at the Starbucks on Sparks and Olive in Verdugo. That's a big intersection with a lot of people going through it. And then I would invite you to come down to Oak, or maybe go over to Clark up by Burroughs, and see what the traffic patterns are already like. Because I'm close to Oak, and I see those traffic patterns, and I hear those horns honking every morning. Now, what's going to happen when we have a dedicated lane? And all the people, all the extra people that want to bleed down into our neighborhoods are going down Oak and Clark. No big deal. No big deal that we're going to take care of the bridge. That's the trade-off. We get the bridge paid for, and no big deal that maybe somebody gets killed. Because I don't have a stop sign on Oak by my house. So either they're going real fast or they're not paying attention, but they're usually going real fast because they're late. So I'd encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Last up, we have Chuck Mercier. That's my last card. And Tom Stenger's not here, right, still? Okay. Welcome, Mr. Mercier. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council. I appreciate the time. I'm very lucky to be a business person for 46 years in the city of Burbank. This is about the Safer Streets plan. I have a lot of questions about it. When they replaced the Burbank Boulevard overpass, the bridge, I was affected greatly by it because I was basically striped out of business by the city of Burbank. I had to get the city to change the striping. But my business collects about $1.40 a gallon that everybody has to pay for gas that doesn't have an electric car. The people have the rights to use these streets. They pay for it. They pay for it in taxes. Okay? Plus we get 0.75% for the city of Burbank. Over the $1.40 a gallon it's collected, state, federal, all the different funds that are there. I'm very lucky to be in Burbank, and I'm so fortunate to have the city of Burbank, the police department and the fire department both. They're awesome. You guys have taken one lane up on Olive and turned it into a bus lane, and you guys have a lot of issues with that. I don't know that the funding that we get from the government for what they want to do with the streets and the bike lanes and all these things that they want to block and maybe take the sidewalks out. My business is in the San Fernando corridor. Okay, so that corridor, I don't know what they're going to do with it yet. I mean, I'm not sure what the plans are with the safer streets. Number one is the speed of the people driving, and the respect and the lawlessness that the drivers have, and the disrespect that they have for the pedestrians, the people or other people. It's number one, it's the drivers that causes the accidents and the safety, and their lack of paying attention to what they're doing. And I'm not sure what the money is going to be done for the streets and what you guys are going to change in there. A lot of the stuff, yes, it'll be a very good idea, but how much is it going to cost? When I was going through some of the paperwork on your 158 pages on your presentation for safer streets, there was an article in there, and I just have a question about it. It said in there that in 21, there was $5 billion, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but it was there. There was $5 billion supposedly over 5 years. Maybe that was for Burbank or for all of LA. I don't know. Can anybody clarify that? It's in your 158 pages on this safer streets.
We can't do a back and forth here, but the staff may respond to you
Okay.
after the comment.
Also, a lot of it is done for bicycle safety, okay? At my intersection at Burbank and San Fernando, and I'm sure everybody here has gone through that intersection.
Thank you, that's your time, I'm sorry.
Okay, or you avoid that intersection because
Thank you.
of the traffic problems.
That was our last speaker, and we haven't completed in-person general public comment, and we'll be moving on to call-ins. For callers, please remember to lower the volume on your TV or computer and take your phone off speaker when you deliver public comment. Madam City Clerk, how many callers do we have on the line tonight?
We have 3 callers on the line.
All right, please send them in.
The first caller is John Giroux.
Welcome, Mr. Giroux. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. There are 527 vacancies in Burbank presently. That's according to Zillow. The market is very, very soft. The demand is very low. And the supply with 527 units is plentiful. Not only is that the existing number, but we have more housing coming online almost monthly. My point is that the market will adjust economically on its own merits. There is no need for rent caps, no need for rent registries. Rents are decreasing, actually, and there's no need for more Burbank housing ordinances or restrictions. Allow the marketplace to handle itself economically. That is the proper adjustment. It does not need additional government supervision. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Hello? The next caller is Jackie.
Welcome, Jackie. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, City Council. I wanted to express some disappointment in the last 2 minutes by the City Council trying to silence people from talking about rent control. I don't get this. There's becoming to be a very large suspicion in the community that the council really isn't listening to anybody anyway, so they'd rather not hear people coming down talking about that. Now, I don't know if that's pro-housing providers, pro-Burbank tenants. I'm not really sure, but I thought it was pretty unprofessional of the city council members to say, we're not talking about rent control. Well, you may not be, but we are. The people who are coming before you have every right to speak on any general topic affecting the city. Rent control, rent registries is one topic. I'd like to remind you, once again, there were 2 votes in the city of Burbank that denied the desire for rent control. There was also a statewide vote, Prop 33, that was voted down to defeat, stating that the people don't want this. So we have 5 city council people who are going to impose their will against the will of the people. That is really unnecessary and it's undemocratic. And I hope that every one of you stops and thinks about, are you there to represent citizens or are you there to represent your own personal agenda? Quite frankly, I hope you decide the right way. We are having a lot of platitudes, buzzwords, sound bites, evil landlords, all of that stuff. And quite frankly, the data doesn't support any of that. The housing prices, they are coming down. And if the government, you 5 council people, would get out of the way and let the free market regulate what needs to be happening, it will work out. You have had so few complaints in Burbank regarding tenants being harassed and retaliated, all of that. There's been 8 in the city. So, who is saying that there's this problem? A few people. A few people cannot really be catered to at the expense of the greater majority. I would suggest that the city council read some of the Orwell novels. George Orwell, Animal Farm is a good one. 1984.
That's your time. Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
The last caller is Joe Pimienta.
Welcome, Mr. Pimienta. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, Council. Once again, wishing I was there in person, but alas, here we are. I hope you're doing well. Good evening, everyone. And that includes the entire Council, staff, and everybody in the chamber. As you all well know, I'm Joe Pimienta, currently a resident of Burbank. I'm calling tonight specifically to talk about, so last year, as you all remember, we celebrated the 20th anniversary of the Chandler Bikeway. And everyone had a great time, and it was really cool, and everyone was just saying how it's such a great gem to the city. When we were organizing for that, some of the things that we kept coming across because we were prepping for, for like the trivia night and stuff, one of the things that we came across was just during the design of that, how much opposition there was and how many people were opposing and saying all these things that it was going to ruin the community and it was going to ruin the neighborhood. And the reason why I bring that up is because those are the same talking points that we are hearing now when it comes to the BRT, like the exact same ones to the T of just like how it's going to ruin the neighborhood, how it's going to ruin, everything that is happening on Olive. When we just know that that's not true, and because the similar thing happened when they were doing the Burbank Channel Bikeway, which goes all throughout the Burbank Canal. So again, just something to consider, because again, as we all know, the more diversity there is for public transportation, the more accessible it becomes, the safer it becomes. Because again, that's something that we all keep saying is that if we want to keep Burbank safe, when it comes into traffic, what makes it unsafe is the cars. So just wanted to point that out. Also, I do want to just add a little bit of more extra support for the SBO 5. Because as we all know, really, it's ICE that is really putting in a threat into our community. ICE is what's making a lot of people feel unsafe. ICE is what is threatening a lot of our residents. So, yeah, I'm really glad to hear that there is support to make sure that they stay the hell out of away out of our city. And lastly, I wasn't going to say too much about housing because you all know where I stand, but I just think it's hilarious that someone came in quoting MLK, not knowing his politics. And I also think it's really funny that someone quoted Mr. Spock about the needs of the many, when again we keep saying that, yeah, the many being the majority of residents in the city, which happen to be the disenfranchised, in this case, tenants. So with that in mind, once again, thank you for your service. I hope you're doing well, and I hope to see you on the next one. Enjoy the rest of your evenings.
Thank you for your call. Is there another caller on the line?
That was our last caller.
Great, thank you. There being no further public comment, I now declare the general public comment period closed. Now's the time for a brief response from City Council, City Manager, or the City Attorney. City Manager, City Attorney, do you have any responses? No? Okay. Council, who would like to go first? Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you. First of all, thank you all for coming down. And Mr. Donahue, you are correct. It is opportune to come on a slow night. You do get the full 3 minutes. So there is some merit to that. I do agree with you. I wanted to recommend the gentleman who was talking about the $5 billion. I haven't found that in my packet. I was looking for it. If you want to stick around, it is agenda item number 7. You can hear the staff report, and maybe we'll hear back from them at that point if you want to hang out and listen. Page 19. I'll look it up. Thank you. Ms. Bax, my concern with the early morning drop-offs, I take my son to Muir every morning. Yes, it does get out of hand and it is dangerous. We actually have an item number 8 later on today number 7, talking about safer streets, and hopefully we can have a good discussion tonight about that. The Media Jobs Expo was a phenomenal success. Even more people showed up this year than last year. And I agree with you, Mr. Scroggs. The number one complaint I got back from people was nobody was hiring. I want to just inform the public, jobs are down. Media jobs are not back where they were pre-pandemic. They're coming back. They're not at the levels where they should be. And it's a multitude of factors. It's a whole bunch of
Brief comments. This
Yes.
is not an agendized topic.
You're right. So it is difficult. That's the last thing I wanted to say. And I will look up that producer Patrick on Instagram. Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Councilmember Mullins?
Okay, I guess I was chosen to go. Thank you. I want to congratulate Burbank High School. Great job. The team, I'm very impressed with these young men are doing to help other communities, so congratulations. Also to Kayla, our new social worker, and Officer Paniski for welcoming to our team and for the new role they have right now. I do want to ask a quick question regarding Mr. Back's 24% increase in our trash. Would our Public Works Director, is that accurate? I just want to make sure, not that Mr. Bax put it down in paper that was inaccurate, but is it a total of 24% in less than a year, or is that number compound somehow?
So, Madam Vice Mayor, council members, thank you for the question. Councilmember Mullins. Council may recall as part of the budget process that there was for refuse, an 8% increase this year, this fiscal year, and next fiscal year. So July 1st, it's typical in these scenarios where the solid waste customer service call center will get calls, why is my trash bill coming up? Now in the case of potentially multifamily, they don't have to choose City of Burbank services. There could be private services, so I'm not sure exactly which bill the gentleman will be looking at. But for us and city services, it was only an 8%. I don't mean only, but the only increase for City of Burbank was 8% for refuse.
Okay, so I just would encourage Mr. Bax perhaps contacting Public Works Department and looking at the bill, if that seemed to. Okay, well,
And if I may, Councilmember, if anybody has
Yes.
questions, please call 818-238-3800 for the Public Works Services Yard, and they can answer any questions about your solid waste services.
Thank you. I also want to address Mr. Lewis, the comments that were made in regards to BRT and relating, and it's not on the agenda, so I have to keep it brief before the city attorney tells me to keep it brief. I just want to say it once again, because I heard it twice tonight, that the bridge and BRT, those are two separate items. The bridge is a project for the city of Burbank. BRT is a separate project, and it has nothing to do with the bridge, meaning BRT comes, the bridge is not going to be built, or BRT doesn't come if the bridge doesn't get built. Either way, we are working on the bridge, and thanks to Congresswoman Friedman, she's giving us some extra money to help us with the project. So please separate that.
No, see, the trick is to keep talking until he tells you to
No,
stop.
no, no, no. I'm much more smarter, so I can keep on going. I'm looking at him on the side here. Also, I'd like to address Mr. Tamarian talking about the item that he emailed us. I did receive the email. At the end of this meeting, I will be asking for an additional report to come back. So I apologize if I didn't get back to you on an email to let you know exactly what we're looking at, but thank you for speaking tonight, and I will be requesting for a report to come back so we have more information on it. Also, thank you, Mr. Giroux. I haven't heard from you in a while, so it's nice to hear your voice, and I understand the concern over the vacancies that are going on right now in our city. Also, Jackie, you called in regards to council maybe trying to silence people that come and speak before us, and I will tell you over and over, you're always welcome to come and speak about any topic that on the agenda or off the agenda. You have the right to speak, even if it's not on the agenda. That is your right as a citizen and member of this community to address the council. So I'm sorry if you got the impression. I know I'm always welcoming everybody and not saying anything. So thank you for bringing that matter to our attention. So I just want to make sure that you know that you're welcome to come and speak here. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosati?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Just want to say thank you to Mr. Hart for his leadership, and the Burbank baseball team. I see him in the community quite a bit, and he's always there with his athletes, so I think he's a great role model, so I just want to thank him for that. To the speaker regarding the Chandler bike path, I don't know. I lived on Chandler and Florence, and I don't remember anyone chaining themselves to the railroad tracks. Having the train not rattle your home twice a day was welcome to have that leave Burbank. So, Mr. Tamarian, thank you for the documents. I will probably request this to be on a future agenda item. Thank you for the $1 million donation to BRC. That's an awesome gift. We appreciate that, and I think it'll be a fun day. To Mr. Lewis, maybe we should have a workshop. We have two commissioners that constantly relate BRT and the bridge, and over they reiterate having the dedicated lane, even though council's will is mixed flow. So we may have to have a workshop for the Transportation Commission. Mr. Bax, regarding my statement was referring to the tenants union and what I was hearing, what I experienced in my profession, and then at the end of the day, what the data was given back to us by the city manager. So that's where my statement came from. And those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. As always, thank you so much for coming out tonight, sitting through all the things that happened before public comment, making your public comment. Thanks to those who called and to those who emailed and met during the week. Several of you spoke on items that we will address a little later in the agenda. So we'll get to that at that point. If you can't stay, you can watch later online and feel free to reach out to us afterwards if you want to follow up after the meeting. Not tonight, though, tomorrow. I'm excited about our new social worker at the library. Well, oh man, and their new CSO. She looks great, so I want to see her in action. Okay, let's see. Mr. Bax, always love your data. Bring more. Mr. Scroggs, thank you for your updates about the entertainment industry. I saw you at I don't know if you're still here, Mr. Scroggs. Here you are. I saw you at the fair. It's good to see you there. And fair point about it being labeled as a job fair. And I had talked to staff while we were at the event about that very thing, so they are aware of the community sentiment around that. And if you have any thoughts on how to better market it to be accurate, please feel free to share to me, and I will relay. Let's see. For those who spoke about housing, I just want to check with staff that our housing item is still coming back in October, correct? Yes? Okay. And then we had a comment about the commission as well, commission sizes. That's coming back at the 26th, right? Oh, sorry. And the commission size item is coming back on October 26th?
Next meeting.
October. August.
Yeah.
I'm already in October in my brain.
Yeah.
August 26th?
Next meeting, yes.
Great, thank you. 2 weeks. 2 weeks, okay. Great. Let's see. To the couple folks who mentioned about speaking on items that are not on the agenda for public comment, you're absolutely 100% right that you can speak on any item that's related to the city during your 3 minutes. And please feel free to do that as much as you like. I similar sentiments to Councilmember Mullins, that free speech, totally huge supporter of it. Speak as much as you like. If I had mentioned anything about it not being on the agenda, my hope is that my intention, and this would be my intention, is that to just let you know that because it's not on the agenda, we can't reply back. It's not something we'll be discussing later. So sometimes folks bring out a large number of people to talk about an item that we can't discuss, and that's just to let folks in the audience know who don't come to the meetings regularly that perhaps that we can't reply. It's not that we're not listening, we just can't reply because that item's not on the agenda. And then, Mr. Tremurian, thank you for this packet. I would love to set up a meeting to discuss further with you, if you want to follow up. Set up a meeting to discuss further with you, to follow up. And thank you for bringing up the pickleball tournament for BCR, and that's great, awesome. Love those kinds of things. Let's see, yay. And then lastly, to Mr. Mercier, while we can't speak on the item right now, you did mention something about your business and some struggles you're having around the Burbank Bridge, so feel free to follow up with me if you'd like to discuss more, if that's something that's concerning to you. My information, just so everybody knows, is 818-252-9014, and I also have a link on the website to make a meeting with me right on the website. So 818, I see him writing it down, 252-9014. Great. And those are all of my comments. Thank you again for coming tonight. Okay, now is the consent calendar. It may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor Takahashi. We have 5 items on consent tonight. Item 1, approval of the City Council minutes of the regular meeting of July 29th, 2025, and the dark meeting of August 5th, 2025. Item 2 is approval of the Parking Authority minutes of the joint meeting of July 15th, 2025. Item 3 is adoption of a resolution of the Parking Authority of the City of Burbank approving an entry and license agreement with nearby businesses to use a trash enclosure at the 133 East Orange Grove Avenue public parking structure and delegating signature authority to the Executive Director as the Chairman's designee, and adoption of a resolution of the Parking Authority of the City of Burbank establishing a purchasing procedure and authorizing the Executive Director to procure, approve, and execute certain agreements for professional services and non-professional goods and services in accordance with the purchasing procedure. Item 4 is adoption of a resolution approving contract documents, plans, and specifications, and authorizing execution of a contract for bid schedule 1527 2023 to 2024 Annual Residential Pavement Rehabilitation Project in City Maintenance Zones 15, 16, 17, and 18, bounded by Amherst Drive, Buena Vista Street, Victory Boulevard, and the city limit at Scott Road to Toro Enterprises Incorporated, finding of CEQA exemption. And item 5 is adoption of a resolution approving a professional services agreement with Pacific Advanced Civil Engineering Incorporated for Phase 1 design services for the seismic retrofit of water pipelines project. Thank you.
Thank you for reading the consent calendar. Is there a motion?
I'll move to make a motion to approve the consent as it was read.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second motion by Councilmember Mullins, second by Councilmember Anthony. Please take the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, tonight we have 3 items for council. So after staff's presentation, the city council will proceed with in-person public comment for each of the individual items. Speakers will be allowed to speak on each of the items at the conclusion of the presentation, as long as the speaker has not spoken on the item during the general public comment. Please be sure to submit your public comment card now, as no additional public comment cards will be accepted once the comment period commences following staff's presentation. So our first report tonight is the introduction of an ordinance amending Title VI, Chapter 1 of the Burbank Municipal Code to clarify the city's parking restrictions near intersections. Welcome Mr. Kyle Kramer, Associate Transportation Planner, to please present the report. Welcome, Mr. Kramer.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good evening, Vice Mayor Takahashi, members of the City Council. As mentioned, my name is Kyle Kramer. I'm an Associate Transportation Planner with the Community Development Department, and I'm here to present an ordinance amending Title VI, Chapter 1 of the Burbank Municipal Code to clarify parking restrictions near intersections. May I please have the presentation? All right. We are here today because of a new state law, AB 413, which relates to parking near crosswalks. This new law creates some potential conflicts with the Burbank Municipal Code and enforcement, so staff in community development, public works, and police looked at those conflicts and developed a proposed ordinance to address them. So for some background on AB 413, it focuses on what is often called daylighting, which involves removing parking spaces near intersections and crosswalks to improve visibility. As you can see in the diagram here, parked cars near the intersection can block drivers and pedestrians' sight lines, increasing the risk of a collision. I'm sure everyone here has had the experience of trying to cross the street and peek around a car that's parked to see if there's oncoming traffic. By removing the parked cars, drivers and pedestrians can see each other more clearly. This practice has received a lot of attention for its street safety benefits. Groups like the National Association of City Transportation Officials, or NACTO, recommend a daylighting distance of 20 to 25 feet, and this is the standard in many states already. So the state drew on this guidance when creating the legislation that was AB 413. If this sounds familiar, it's because Burbank has applied and enforced its own local standard since 1979, prohibiting parking near intersections. So as far as how AB 413 works, it's pretty simple. It prohibits parking within 20 feet of the approach to a crosswalk, whether or not the crosswalk is marked. So for instance, a stop sign is an unmarked crosswalk, and whether or not the distance is marked with red curb. The distance is 15 feet for a crosswalk with curb extensions. So this means no parking in the area directly in front of the crosswalk as you're driving towards it. However, the new law also allows cities to set their own distance if that distance is set with a finding based on street safety and the distance is marked with red curb or signage. So how is this different from the existing Burbank Municipal Code? The Burbank Municipal Code requires red curb or signage, while AB 413 does not. The BMC refers to parking near intersections rather than crosswalks, and it applies at every corner of an intersection rather than AB 413 only applies on the legs approaching the crosswalk. And this is a little stuffy, but there's different legal definitions for crosswalk and intersection as well. The BMC also provides a longer distance of 25 feet at traffic control devices as opposed to 20 feet under AB 413. Finally, as previously mentioned, the state law requires local alternatives to have a safety finding, which the BMC does not currently have. So as a quick visual guide, the basic difference for motorists is that the BMC prohibits parking anywhere where there's red curb around an intersection. While at intersections without red curb, AB 413 makes parking directly in front of the crosswalk on the approach side prohibited. So in the picture here, the crosswalk's marked to be more visible, but the crosswalk, if it's unmarked, is measured from the back of the sidewalk, sort of an imaginary line. So both standards provide safety benefits from daylighting in different situations, whether it's marked or unmarked. However, the BMC generally provides a more robust daylighting standard, and so staff determined that the existing BMC standards should be preserved. So therefore, staff recommends moving forward with an implementation approach that preserves and then supplements the status quo by enforcing both the BMC and the CVC. Where an intersection is marked with red curb, the BMC applies. Where it is not marked, the AB 413 default restriction of 20 feet applies. This approach will maintain the existing red curb standards as defined in the BMC, which, as discussed, are more robust than the state law. The city can still expand red curb locations as needed, both as part of ongoing routine maintenance and in response to any frequent complaints or enforcement issues with AB 413. In practice, the city's red curb parking restrictions remain essentially the same. On paper, the ordinance adds a safety finding to ensure the code is enforceable and clarifies some definitions. And since AB 413 is a statewide law, it's something that residents will need to be familiar with both in and outside of Burbank. So staff recommends providing community education to help explain AB 413. Staff have begun to prepare educational materials for social media and the city website and will move forward with publishing those materials. And police also plan to reach out to the community at events. So what this means for residents moving forward is that parking in red curb areas remains prohibited. Motorists should already not be parking in red curb. That does not change. What's new and has been in effect actually since January 1 is that state law says that parking within 20 feet of a crosswalk is also prohibited, even if there's no red curb and even if the crosswalk is unmarked. 20 feet's about the length of a car, so this basically means don't park up to the street corner or in front of a stop sign. The areas without red curb are typically in lower volume, more residential areas with less safety concern. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the council introduce an ordinance amending Title VI, Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 1, Vehicles and Traffic of the Burbank Municipal Code relating to parking near intersections. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Great, thank you for the presentation. We'll move on to public comment for a minute and we'll come back to you. Can you grab that? Thank you. So the public comment period for this report to council is now beginning and no additional cards will be accepted. We have one card. Great, so you get 3 minutes for our one speaker who will be Ron Bax. Welcome, Mr. Bax. You have another 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council. The next two sentences were prepared before I realized or knew that the baseball team would be here. I apologize. Tonight is a doubleheader. I spent many years writing requirements and design documentation. Yet, I had to read this attachment, or the attachments, many times before I thought I understood them. It was kind of lawyerese. I apologize to any lawyers within the sound of my voice, okay? Maybe I should see an AB bill or an SB bill. Okay, so is there a Cliff Note publication on this? There may have been some clarification in the presentation, but as I see it, it applies to an intersection where you're approaching an intersection. The red curb, honor the red zone. If there's no red zone, then the curb return back 15 feet is the restriction, although I saw 15 and 20 on the slide, so I'm not sure. If there's signage, which I don't think he covered, what I would think I read, then it's 25 feet back from any signage, okay? And then my question would be, because it defined a curb return as with an alley, are alley curbs affected too? I hope not. You look puzzled. Okay. The state also, because I read this a long time ago, was talking about 5 feet from a driveway. I hope we don't do that here. Most situations we have a 40-foot space between driveways in the residential area in Burbank. Cars are about 20 feet, so you can get 2 cars in there. Okay? Removing 5 feet from each side leaves 30 feet. Only one car is possible. Residential parking would be cut in half, basically. Think carefully if that rabbit hole appears before you go down it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. That's all the public comment we have for this report. Does staff have any responses to public comment?
I would just note that the current Burbank Municipal Code does not cover any red curb near driveways. So, and this proposed ordinance doesn't do anything to change that.
Okay, thank you. All right, council. Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you. I just have a quick question before I ask my questions regarding, Mr. Bax said 5 feet from the driveway. That's not what we're proposing. Are we currently ticketing people for parking 5 feet from the driveway?
Not that I'm aware of, there's no ordinance that says anything to that effect. So maybe that was discussed at some point historically, but it's not in our code.
So as one of the older people in the room, historically, we have separately a corner cutoff requirement for fences, hedges, completely unrelated to parking of vehicles, but it is marked from walls near alleys, driveways, but it's completely different. It's to preserve sight lines for pedestrians entering and exiting driveways and alleys, but it's unrelated to this, and it doesn't affect motor vehicles.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Bax, that's why you saw the puzzled look on my face because of what the 5 feet that you had mentioned. I was not aware that we had that, so thank you.
Did you want to continue with questions?
Unless somebody else wants to go. Okay. So I know in the report that we have indicated that if we might be looking at painting the curbs red if it's a high violation area. So if, I guess we notice this constant violation, then we're going to go out and paint those curbs red to eliminate people from parking in that area. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is there any plan to paint more red curb, or are we just going to kind of pause and wait and see which areas that we have maybe more complaints, more tickets? How are we going to make a decision, and what priority are we going to put together to decide to go out and paint it?
Sure, thank you for the question. The Public Works Department paints red curb routinely as part of street maintenance. So city policy is if repaving a street, if there's existing red curb that's faded, or particularly on higher traffic arterials, corridors where there's signals, those are definitely going to be priority locations for red curb repainting. Around schools is another common location, and then definitely by request. So the city has a standard curb painting program that's part of routine maintenance. However, when looking at sort of the logistics of going out and painting every intersection in the city to comply with AB 413 or to comply with the BMC, either one, staff determined that that would be a very large use of resources, and maybe would involve a trade-off in terms of resources versus the real safety benefit of doing so. But certainly, it's always an option to add more red curb in a specific location.
So it's over time that as we're out there doing the work and we recognize that we can possibly do it, then we'll do it at that time. You talked about notifying or making the community aware. So of the new implementation and the change in the BMC. Do we have a specific plan how we're doing this besides just social media? Are we sending out flyers? Did we print something that might have slide number 6, which is the great slide here that shows where to park? Is that something we're planning on doing? Or put it at our front counters perhaps, so the public can be aware that we have the new BMC code?
Yes, thanks for the question. Is putting it at the counter is a great idea. I think that that should definitely be worked into the plan. We've prepared an FAQ page for the city website, and PIO is developing slightly more sophisticated graphics than the ones in the presentation, but those will be available on the city website and then also social media, hopefully developing some sort of a video or reel. And just as a clarification, nothing is really changing in the local ordinance, so the BMC will continue to be effectively the same. If you go to park in a red curb area, that's still prohibited. What's different is actually the state law has changed. So the staff will be working to inform people about that change in the state law as well.
Thank you. And if I may add, I think it's going to be very, very important to reach out to the high schools and to work with our schools to notify them so the students are notified, the students who are driving. I happen, as I mentioned many times before, live next to a school, and if there is a space, they will take it all the way up to the stop sign. So I can envision on the first day of school squeezing in until we, of course, approve the BMC adopted. They're going to find a space, they're going to park, and then we're going to have an issue with why did I get a parking ticket? I know we're not out there just like going to be ticketing everyone at the same day, but it's very important that we work with the schools to notify them. So at least maybe a picture, a nicer picture, as you said, or something put together by a PIO office that would be sent to the schools so they can give it to the students, and this would eliminate a lot of unnecessary phone calls or having to reach out to the police department. So thank you. I am in favor of this, absolutely. I think it's good to do, but I think we just need to do a lot of education for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rosati?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. My only question is regarding enforcement, and when we start to enforce, are officers going to carry tape measures, or how's it going to work if it's your 2 inches, 3 inches, if it's not painted? What will happen?
Right, that's an excellent question. So typically, the police department enforces these types of curb parking complaints mostly on a complaint-based basis. So there's not going to be necessarily an extremely strong effort to go out and catch every single person, from my understanding, speaking to police. The other thing here is it's very much common sense focused. So thinking about that, 1 car length rule of thumb of, are you parking basically a car length back from the intersection, or are you parking right up to the limit line of the stop sign? And so I would hope that any enforcement officer would use some common sense in that situation. And if someone's parked right up to the stop sign, that really is a safety concern, and that they would enforce in that situation. But if it's 17, 18 feet, maybe slide. But I think to fully comply with it, they probably would also measure just to be safe.
Yeah, it's just a little subjective, that's all, until things are actually marked off. If you drive a Mini Cooper versus a Ford F-150, one person's going to say, I'm a car length, and the other person's going to say, I'm a car length. Well, those are 2 different cars, so. All right, I'm in favor. It's definitely a safety thing. I was definitely in favor of the corner cutoffs when they did that. I think we've got to use some common sense on how we're going to enforce this. And like Councilmember Mullins said, education is going to be key. Maybe we get some videos of council member at her house trying to take parking spaces away or something. But I think education is the key to really help our residents kind of understand what direction we're going with this. So thank you.
Councilmember Anthony?
Thank you. It's funny. You could probably see somebody crossing in front of a Mini Cooper, but probably not an F-150. So something to be said with the size of cars these days is, you know. So AB 413, it was passed in 2023 and it took effect on January 1st of this year?
Yes, that's
Have
correct.
we given out any tickets this year for this?
I'm not sure. I would have to check with police on that. My understand. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, good evening, council members. Lisa Kurihara, Senior Assistant City Attorney. I just want to clarify, the bill actually became effective January 1st, 2024.
Because it was passed in 2023.
Because it was passed in 2023. However, the state gave a 1-year grace period for citations. So beginning January 1st, 2025, we could enforce the state law via citation.
But we weren't mandated to enforce it.
Sorry, we were not mandated to enforce it. Prior
Okay.
to that, we could not enforce it by citation, only by warning.
Okay, so are we? So we haven't given any tickets out. We didn't give out tickets last year. We haven't given any tickets this year.
Not that I'm aware of.
My questions always get everybody.
Anthony, I think that's going to be a very difficult question to ask, answer, especially without having data. However, it's already been mentioned here, especially leading with education. And for the most part, any type of violations that do occur are going to be, we're going to respond that are going to be, or it's going to be complaint driven, I should say.
So I guess you've read AB 413. Is there some big push in Burbank? Are you seeing a need for us to go out and start ticketing to the 20th foot, like on the inch? Because we've had our own ordinance since 1979. I hear all the time traffic issues come to this dais and from the community members. Then I have yet to hear any problems with our crosswalks. So just from your own personal opinion, do you feel like there's a push for this in the city?
So, excuse me, Chief. This is state law.
Right.
And the purpose of the ordinance is to reconcile our ordinance with state law.
Right. So, and that is, yes. The reason I'm asking this question is, what I see here is an opportunity for us, if we create our own findings and create a system for red curbing, we can basically bolster our own local ordinance rather than this amorphous no red curb issue. So I guess my question is, right now, AB 413 is in effect, and it affects every city that doesn't have an ordinance with findings. If at some point in a future date, 6 months from now, a year from now, 2 years from now, we create our own ordinance with findings and with red curb usage, are we then allowed to implement that and become exempt from AB 413?
Good evening again, Lisa Kurihara, Senior Assistant City Attorney. I will attempt to answer this question. And staff discussed this. We talked about various options, including a program where we would basically adopt a 0-foot restriction around intersections. Because right now, the default under existing state law is what was adopted under AB 413, whether or not there's a red curb present. Currently, under the city's existing daylighting ordinance, we red curb intersections where, it appears that daylighting is the best safety practice based on traffic, pedestrian usage.
And
all
we
of
do that intersection by intersection.
Correct.
Okay.
So theoretically, we could adopt a 0-foot restriction. However, I think our transportation team, in coordination with our police department as well as our public works department, determined that the best approach here was to layer on state law on top of our existing red curb ordinance. Because we will receive calls asking why we're not enforcing state law. You know, there may be intersections where it's an issue, and it becomes communicated to us through this complaint-based system. You know, we don't have folks who are out at every single intersection looking at traffic conditions every single day, and so sometimes you don't know. So I think moving forward with the option that staff's presented tonight does give you the option to kind of sit back and observe. And if it becomes necessary to red curb more intersections, our ordinance still gives us that ability to do so. The findings that are in tonight's ordinance give the city the ability to adopt different distance requirements at certain intersections and red curb them so that it's very clear to the public. And it gives the Public Works Director the discretion to determine whether, you know, certain intersections require the distances set by ordinance, set by state law, or a different setback. So it has been discussed.
Yes. And the reason I ask that is because I'm painfully aware that the process of red curbing and the way we do it, intersection by intersection, it is costly, but I do believe it is a more effective method than a blanket statewide, this is the number. And so, I will reserve my comments for a section in the evening that we call additional agenda items, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. All right. My questions. Let's see. So just really quick, I agree with my colleagues that this is a safety thing that's absolutely.
Madam Vice Chair, I'm sorry. I can't let that rest.
Yes.
If you're going to talk at length, this would be the time to talk about it. Not later when you're limited to future agenda items.
Yes, I will save that there is a point during the deliberation that I'm going to talk about, but I don't want to get into it because I'm going to ask for an additional agenda item.
Okay, I just don't want you to force me to cut you off later because you should have talked now.
Yes, I'm
Fair
aware.
enough.
Thank you.
Fair enough. All right. Thank you for that clarification. All right. So anyway,
Thank you,
I
Madam
agree.
Vice Mayor.
Yes. I agree that this is definitely a safety issue that it happens all the time. Trying to make a right-hand turn and that car's right there and you cannot see. You cannot see the cars coming and you have to inch out. And when what I call our baby car, it's a little bit easier because we have a short nose, but on our bigger van, it's like harder because you might stick way out to the intersection in order to see. So it's very important to have that. At the same time, it's going to have an impact on the community. So, all right. So questions I have about this are also with enforcement. So for somebody who, let's say you've got somebody who repeatedly, or let's just say the first time they're in that spot and somebody complains, like, I cannot see, this person's parked here. That I'm going to assume is going to be education at first to help them understand the law and to move them along. But then what if they repeatedly do it? What is the fine kind of pattern, or I didn't notice that in the materials, maybe it was there and I missed it, but what's the pattern for like fining after that for the parking there repeatedly?
Sorry, so the question is, what's the pattern for a repeated violation of the law?
Yeah.
I think they would continue to be ticketed, and then if the location tends to be a problem, it might be something that would, Public Works would look at it and see whether it's worth adding additional red curb there.
Okay. The first time though, or maybe even second time, it would be education first, or is it going to be straight to a fine or ticket?
I think it would depend on the circumstances.
Got it. Okay. I'm just thinking in my head the scenario where somebody might complain about that. There's two scenarios that come up in my mind. One is if it's like in a residential area, like you're driving from a residential area onto a main street and there's a car that parks there often or something and people complain. Or if there's the other one is that if it's in front of a business and somebody complains, that person's parking there to work or to shop at the business. So those are kind of two that I see commonly. So I'm just thinking ahead here how to kind of enforce that or what the plan is for addressing if it happens. Because I guess part of it for me is I'm worried that there's going to be some sort of like contention around it. So I want to kind of get some clarity on how that's going to be enforced.
That's a great question. And that's what I mean by it would depend on the context. I think from what police has communicated in that kind of situation, if it's someone where it's the part, it's the space on the curb right in front of their house. They run the plates. It's clearly the person who lives right there or the business owner or something like that. That's a great opportunity for education to go in and say, hey, there's this new state law. You can't park in this place anymore. And versus just slapping a ticket down. But then once again, if it becomes a repeated issue, I think that's where it might,
okay.
And police might have more to say about that.
Vice Mayor Takahashi, Chief of Police Rafael Quintero. If you're asking for us to be compassionate, especially with dealing with this law and the complexity of it, definitely that is something that we can do.
Right.
There are several laws that have come into place, outside of parking, that normally can be a little disruptive to the daily norm of the community. I can see or foresee this being one of them, even though they had a grace period of a year. So taking that into consideration, I think it's important, and it keeps on being stated here as far as the education via all our platforms. And then, more importantly, the communication that goes out to LAS, because the brunt of the responsibility is going to fall on them.
Yeah.
And so outside of normal operating hours, then we would get the complaints. And as stated before, it is going to be, for us to cite a car, it's going to be mainly complaint driven. So we will do exactly what was said as far as going out, trying to do our best. But it's going to be, I preface that by saying it's going to be very situation dependent.
Okay.
So if the violation, we make a reasonable attempt to contact the registered owner, but in this case, the registered owner lives out of the city, out of state, and it's a violation, a potential safety hazard per se, especially at one of our busy intersections that even to add on top of that can be considered high traffic corridors resulting in collisions. Then more than likely, then you're looking at potentially either A, towing a vehicle, depending on the circumstances, or definitely citing.
Right. You bring up a good point that you may not know even who the car belongs to, even though it be in front of a house or in front of a business, you may still not know.
And currently, I know I've only been here a short month, but have heard of examples and seen it specifically, even on those instances when we respond to complaints associated with driveways. Those are probably the most common, where a vehicle is blocking a driveway. Try to do our best as far as locating the owner of that vehicle, getting them to move it so we don't have to tow it. We don't ever want to put someone in that position where we're creating undue stress on them for this, and especially, like I said, with the complexity of this law and change.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that clarification. I have a couple technical questions about how the law might be applied, just so folks know. So with the crosswalks, and this came to mind when you were describing it earlier in the presentation, some of our crosswalks are mid-block. So does it count on a mid-block crosswalk too, or just the crosswalks that are at the corner? So I'm thinking about in front of Ugly Mug on Burbank, they have a crosswalk right there, and there's a parking spot right in front of the crosswalk. So would that be an example that would count to be not okay?
Yes, that's a good example of, and I believe the state law was written this way because crosswalks are an even broader definition than intersections. So it's in order to capture those mid-block crosswalk locations.
Okay, so we don't have that many mid-block crosswalks, but we have a few of them in the city that could impact some folks. Okay, and then speaking of that particular business, and there's other ones that may be affected too, some of the business licenses ask and require that there's a certain number of parking spots around the business in order to be able to get their business license. If that parking spot is taken away because of the law, will that, this is a totally random question that just came to mind when you were doing the presentation. If that parking spot is taken away, will that permitting for that business be affected? You may not be able to answer that, but I think that's an interesting question in case it affects their parking requirements for those businesses.
Yeah, I believe that on-street parking would not count toward the business's parking requirements. So there's not a situation where that would really apply.
Okay, because I have talked to a couple businesses that said that it did count, so I'm learning it's not. Okay, good. That's good to know. And then do you happen to know if other cities like Glendale, LA, anybody nearby has already implemented this, and if how it's going for them, or what challenges they've faced, or how they're enforcing?
Good evening, Vice Mayor Takahashi, Marcos Fuentes, Senior Transportation with the Community Development Department. So there there are several cities throughout the state that have already applied or have done some kind of outreach for AB 413. Many of these cities do this because they don't have their own ordinance like Burbank does, and so they have to kind of get ahead of the law to inform the public. More locally, Pasadena, in our research we saw, they've done some outreach for AB 413, similar to what we would be doing, and I believe a number of other cities in LA County should.
Great. So there's cities all over the state are doing this right now. We're all in the process of doing this and all in the process of figuring out how to enforce it and how to educate. So we're educating kind of simultaneously the whole state at one time, kind of. Okay, that's helpful. Okay. All right, those are my questions. Now, if there are no more questions, we can move on to deliberation, comments, thoughts. Councilmember Anthony.
So first of all, I'm supportive of this. Obviously, Councilmember Rosado, you are absolutely correct. It is a safety issue. And like I mentioned, some cars are bigger than other cars, and by having a uniform code, it does provide for safety. Alluding to my earlier statements, recent state laws more and more are allowing for cities to sort of opt out or become exempt if they meet certain requirements and thresholds. And so that's kind of why I was asking those questions. Just for me personally, I'd like to know how much it would cost to be able to do all the red curbs. Because when you're out and you're driving, I'm not even thinking about people from Burbank. We're a tourist destination, and so we have people coming from out of state who may not know the California driving codes. For them, it's easier to see a red curb and know not to park there, right? So, not knowing what the total cost is to cover all those red curbs is tough. Not even knowing how much it would cost to do a study or have the findings that the state is asking for, that's tough. Those are money issues that we don't have right now. But maybe at a future time, we might. So for now, I'm fully in support, and anything else that comes down the line, we'll take it as it goes.
Thank you. Councilmember Mullins? Yeah.
As I stated earlier, this is a safety issue, and the state has already given us over a year to implement this. I often wonder why we're not implementing it, because at times, as the vice mayor said, it is very difficult to make sometime a right turn or at the intersection, seeing a pedestrian. And I believe that not everything the state that implements that we automatically agree with, and I happen to agree with this one. It is a concern, and if you drive a lot and you walk around the city, you see that there's a lot of people that park all the way at the end of the curb, all the way in front of the curb, and you cannot see the pedestrian. Right. And so I'm hoping with us supporting this and making it part of our BMC that it would reduce the accidents. It would protect our pedestrians. And hopefully it is going to take time to educate the community. I guarantee there's going to be a couple of tickets and people are going to be upset, but they're going to stop doing it, just as we're noticing in our downtown area. Once you get a ticket, you're going to start being aware, like, I shouldn't be parking like this, I shouldn't be parking there. So education. The other thing I wanted to ask staff, maybe in regards to signage, I know it costs money, nothing is cheap or free, but putting maybe signage where it says no parking between this hour and this hour, so like 20 feet, no parking 20 feet in this area, or some kind of signage. Over the years, can we implement that? And I see Mr. Brickman coming up. And just education. I'm not saying do it right away, but just over time.
So through the Vice Mayor, Councilmember, thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to come up and say Public Works, traffic engineers, and police work hand in hand all the time to see where this type of extra visual or physical education for the public, signage and striping. We have 230 miles of streets, 50 miles of alleys. We have 11,000 signs. We have 160 miles of striping and 16 miles of curb painting or markings. and a staff of, if it's 2/3 at best full, to be candid, it's been 4 people doing this. We would have to go back to forecast, if we're looking at red curbing everything related to this, or signing everything related to this, it's going to be a lot of money, and it's going to be something we'd probably come back to you with staff resource or contract services needs. But from PD's perspective, we work hand in hand to say, we have this repeated issue, let's say in this case of parking by this stop sign too close. And the residents will tell us this, PD will go out there and enforce, educate, and then enforce. And if necessary, we work collaboratively, say, you know what, let's red curb this because people just aren't paying attention or listening. That's basically the process for any additional red, just any striping or signing or marking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
There is opportunities, and if we see it necessary, we definitely welcome that.
Right.
But I think our main goal behind starting this is to really educate our community. I think people are going to become aware of it, either the painful way, getting a ticket, or just knowing and reading about it in the paper or at our front counter. Schools are very, very important that we need to work with the parents and the school administration to educate the kids and the parents, especially dropping off their children to schools. And I think over time, this would become the norm for our residents and hopefully for our visitors, because it's consistent among other cities. It's a state law, so other cities are complying with the same law. So I'm definitely in favor of it to keep our pedestrian, to keep our community safe. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosati?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'm just simply going to say this is just the first step. As we move forward, we'll start. I think it's probably cheaper to paint than to hang signs. But I think we start with the big ticket items, the Hollywood Ways, the Magnolias, the Glen Oaks Boulevards, just those intersections that are kind of problematic. Buena Vista and Victory, Buena Vista and Burbank Boulevard, Buena Vista, Magnolia. So I'm definitely for the safety aspect of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm on the same page as you all. I 100% agree this is needed for our safety and for pedestrians, for the cars, everyone. And I think what's new for folks is that this is every single intersection, every single crosswalk, right? And ones where we know that this is dangerous, we might say, oh, that makes sense, but to understand it's every single one. And that's new information. But to your point, it's every city that's doing this, not just us. We're working together. Red curbs are easy to understand. So I'm in agreement that as much as we can, red curbs are really commonly integrated. Like, I think your point about the larger streets, especially the smaller streets coming into the larger streets, having to turn there, those are really important ones. And then education, absolutely, 100%. This is a safety thing that's obvious, it should be done, but it's also very different than what we have now. And I think just understanding that and being compassionate and understanding to our community is just, especially our businesses that lose parking in front of their business. So, and I'm curious how it will end up on the ground once we implement. And I'm wondering if maybe, if it ends up being kind of nothing and then people adapt to it pretty easily, we don't really need feedback. But if maybe after 6 months or so, you start to see some patterns, just get a memo or a report back to us to let us know how it's going, would be great.
Madam Vice Mayor, I was going to say, we probably get a ton of emails for hearing
That's true.
about it. That would tell us immediately what's going on.
Right? We don't need a report because the emails will be the report. Okay, so does anyone want to make a motion?
I make a motion to adopt or approve, let me see the exact wording that we need to do. Introduction of an ordinance amending Title 6, Chapter 1 of the Burbank Municipal Code to clarify the city parking restriction near intersection.
Second.
First by Councilmember Mullins, second by Rosati. Could we please get the vote?
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, second report tonight to council is the approval of the Safer Streets Action Plan. And to present the report is Senior Transportation Planner Chris Bonomo. Did I get it right? Bonomo? Okay. Welcome, Mr. Bonomo.
Good evening, Madam Vice Mayor and members of council. My name is Chris Bonomo. I am a senior transportation planner with the Community Development Department. Tonight, staff returns to City Council to present for the adoption of the Safer Streets Burbank Action Plan and for direction to begin implementing the plan's elements. First, a refresher. What is Vision Zero? While almost every city has a general goal of improving safety, the goal of Vision Zero is very specific. Eliminate traffic fatalities and severe injuries in a specific time frame. And with the Vision Zero plan, the means of achieving that goal are different from traditional planning and engineering methods in two main ways. First, it recognizes that mistakes happen on our roadways and that the severity of those mistakes can be minimized through safer street design. Second, it streamlines the multidisciplinary approach necessary to address such complex problems. The Safer Streets Burbank Action Plan builds on the foundation set by the Burbank 2035 General Plan Mobility Element, the Bicycle Master Plan, and the Complete Our Streets Plan, which all include policies to improve safety for people of all ages, abilities, and modes who navigate the city's transportation network every day. Notably, the Complete Streets Plan adopted in 2020 included the development of a local road safety plan as a short-term priority project. The Safer Streets Burbank Action Plan qualifies as a local road safety plan and fulfills that objective. More broadly, what this plan proposes aligns with federal and state guidance from the Federal Highway Administration and Caltrans. Further, federal and state governments have encouraged cities to adopt these plans. For example, the Caltrans Highway Safety Improvement Program and federal Safer Streets for All grant programs require a local road safety plan to apply. These grant programs outline the specific criteria for a Vision Zero plan to qualify as a local road safety plan, and the Safer Streets Burbank Action Plan fulfills all of those criteria. Therefore, the Safer Streets Burbank Action Plan enables the city to apply for these funds. While the already adopted city documents focus on safety, none commits to a specific goal in a specific time period. As directed during the previous City Council update, staff changed the name from Vision Zero to Safer Streets Burbank to acknowledge the vital local context of this plan. Although the name is different, the goal remains the same. Safer Streets Burbank commits to reducing the number of severe and fatal crashes to zero by 2035. These guiding principles can help shape the policies, goals, and processes that are the foundation of the city's roadway planning efforts. In order to pursue those goals, we first need to understand the collision landscape. Between 2018 and 2022, 3,835 collisions occurred on local roadways in Burbank. Of these, 2,123, or 55%, resulted in an injury of some kind. 105 collisions resulted in somebody being killed or seriously injured. While pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorcyclists were involved in just 24% of all injury collisions, essentially the people outside of motor vehicles, individual motor vehicles, they accounted for 64% of KSI collisions. These overall trends are similar to those in local peer cities statewide. Since the goal is to eliminate the most serious roadway collisions, this subset of data, which accounts for the most serious roadway collisions, was the basis for the data analysis. An integral part of the data analysis was to examine not just the number of collisions, but where they happened. In order to understand these locations and where these collisions are occurring in the city, and to analyze the underlying contextual conditions of these corridors, the city plotted all collisions in a geospatial mapping software, assigning each collision a number value based on the severity and modes involved. Segments with the highest occurrence of injury collisions, essentially with the highest score, are shown here in the lighter blue as the focus network. the darker, thinner blue lines are the focus network, and those are 16% of the city's roadways, but account for 80% of the total fatal and serious injuries. Then staff drilled down even further to understand which of these corridors on the focus network accounted for the most serious collisions. So you're going down layer after layer to understand where the most serious ones are happening. The analysis identified 9 roadway segments, the ones here in lighter blue that are wider and have the numbers on them, plus a selection of additional intersections as the priority corridors that the plan should address first. The countermeasure toolbox is part of this plan, and that outlines what can be done on these corridors. It is the collection of possible project components based on federal and state guidance. They are cost-effective, quicker to install measures, many of which are already in place around the city today. The difference here is that they will be planned in a coordinated manner on these corridors to maximize their potential layered safety benefits. Some countermeasures have quicker implementation timelines, while other will require additional study, warrants, or procurement. The next step of the process matches the data analysis and the underlying conditions of each corridor with those proposed countermeasures that can address the issues. These cut sheets shown here, this is an example from the plan. These cut sheets are are conceptual plans at this point that lay out the initial idea for what each project can be. These countermeasures and cut sheets have been reviewed with other city departments, and there's general support for these project corridors and countermeasures, but they still need to be fully designed and developed with our cooperating departments. As for action items, the main action item is to implement the corridor projects, and that reflects the overall objective to install countermeasures in locations that provide the most safety benefit as soon as possible. But the other 5 action items are also very important. They focus on the processes, procedures, and policies that can help staff bring these projects to life. Since roadway project design and implementation involves various city departments, updated internal policies can improve communication, collaboration, and understanding across groups. Together, these policies seek to standardize the processes for project development in the Safer Street Burbank Action Plan so that these projects can be implemented efficiently. Staff presented to Transportation Commission and City Council 3 times each, providing a public forum where residents could provide their feedback or experience. Other presentations included Senior Board and the Burbank Advisory Council on Disabilities. Formal public engagement around the plan occurred with a 3-month-long online virtual portal that included a survey and pinpoint mapping tool. An in-person community workshop was also held at the Buena Vista Branch Library. Engagement will continue if the plan is adopted, as noted in Action Item 4. Staff will develop an education program around Safer Streets Burbank for both internal stakeholders and community members. If approved, staff will immediately begin on the policy-related action items and begin mobilizing with on-call consultants for design work. Once projects are designed, they will be slated for installation. As mentioned, public engagement will continue. In adopting the Safer Streets Burbank Action Plan, the City Council is endorsing in advance a menu of countermeasures that the city staff may use in various locations based on the crash patterns, and it is allowing staff the permission to implement these measures along the priority project corridors using professional judgment and engineering practice. The quick build materials used for the improvements, which include paint, signs, bollards, signal programming, allow for specific countermeasures to go down, be observed, and then be tweaked or adjusted as necessary after installation. Related to this plan, a little while ago, Vice Mayor Takahashi had previously requested a first step on the feasibility of painting all bike lanes in the city green. This is an action item on the city manager tracking list, and given that is a roadway safety countermeasure with the aim of improving safety, staff thought this as an appropriate venue to include this as a slide. So green bike lanes in general serve to differentiate the space for bicycles. Oftentimes you'll see them at intersections. Other times in other cities, you'll see them the full length of a bike lane. Although not required many of our neighboring jurisdictions have used it. One example here is on Sonora Avenue in Glendale, kind of on either side of the underpass. And some cities use paint, some cities use thermoplastic, which is essentially just big melted mats that go down. The city tends to use thermoplastic on these projects. It's more durable, upkeep is less, and it's not as slippery when it rains or gets wet, especially when bike lanes are near a gutter or some sort of slope. So the city tends to use those, and those examples are on Front Street and Hollywood Way. However, here on the Glendale example, you can see there are two different colors of green. This, I believe, went down in 2017 first. It was all the same color. Since the advanced portion of it has been left to fade, and the city just touched up the edge to make it a little more clear. Staff developed a high-level cost estimate of what converting all Class 2 bikeways would be. Those are the ones that are on street without any protection, vertical delineation. It would be an estimate of about $11 million for all of the lanes citywide to be converted, about $1 million for just the intersection conflict points, and important note is that that doesn't include mobilization efforts. That is just for the materials and labor. The mobilization, the traffic control would be separate from that. This is a significant amount, and staff believes that funding might be better allocated pursuing other bikeway projects that are already in the capital improvement projects plan, and as well as other already programmed projects. As noted in the data analysis, the vast majority of collisions happens at intersections, whether it's bikes, pedestrians, or vehicles. So green thermoplastic, if it were to be used, might be most beneficial at those conflict points at intersections. We already have that, as I mentioned, in a couple of locations. But also green conflict striping, the skip boxes you see at the intersections, is actually included in the countermeasure toolbox in the Safer Streets Burbank Action Plan. And it's something that can be considered if one of the project corridors has an existing bikeway, and it can be, if we're going in doing that, it can be touched up along the way as part of one of these projects. In conclusion, staff's recommendation is to adopt the resolution approving the Safer Streets Burbank Action Plan and direct staff to begin its implementation. So with that, I thank you for your time and attention, and I open it up for questions and comments.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. We'll move to public comment, and we'll get back to you in a minute. So public comment period for this report to council is now beginning, so no additional cards will be accepted. Looks like we have 3 public comments. Madam City Clerk? Okay,
we have 3 total.
3. All right, that means 3 minutes each. First up, we have Jason Lewis, followed by Emilia de Oliveira. I didn't get that right. Apologize for butchering your name. Welcome, Mr. Lewis. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening again, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and audience. I return to the podium again, private citizen Jason Lewis, this time to bring my support for the adoption of the resolution for the Safer Streets Burbank Action Plan. I want to commend staff. They've put together a great report based on data, research, and collaborative feedback. As you mentioned, Councilmember Mullins, school starts tomorrow, and safety is paramount to getting our kids to school every day. I'll be out there walking one of my kids to school. I'll be along Olive Avenue at 9:30 a.m. like I am every morning when I walk my kids to school, like I've done for years. Other parents are going to bike their kids. And by the way, that makes it easier for the parents who have to drive, who come from miles away. I want it to work for every family. And speaking of bikes, this summer, riding bikes was my youngest favorite way to get to Parks and Recreation Teen Days Summer Camp at Verdugo. We were able to use the bike racks all summer, and I was even able to let my oldest, who's an upcoming freshman at Burroughs, go Bears, to bike over and get his brother. I'm going to drive home tonight. I landed Sunday at Burbank Airport from finishing a 50-mile race to Mount Hood. I do my weekday training here in the streets of Burbank. I'll be taking the Burbank bus to the Metro B line on Thursday to get to my downtown LA office. I get around this city, and believe it or not, I love driving. I'm a Valley guy. I was born here. I went to CSUN. I learned to drive in these streets 28 years ago. But I hate commuting, and I hate traffic, and I like to not contribute to it. We all want to get to where we're going safely and as efficiently as possible. The more we can do to keep traffic flowing for everybody, the better our city will move for everyone. This plan incorporates ideas from across city departments, and I encourage the adoption of this plan and that we continue to innovate safety for all forms of transportation and ensure that nobody dies in our streets. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Amelia de Oliveira, and followed by David Donahue. Welcome. You have 3 minutes, and pardon me for butchering your name.
Oh, you're all right. You were close. My name is Amelia de Oliveira. I've lived in Burbank my whole life. I was born here. I grew up here. And I went to John Burroughs High School. And I used to bike to school when I was going there when I was a junior. And I had to stop biking after one semester because I couldn't bike on the streets because cars would go rushing past, and I didn't feel safe riding on the streets. So this is an issue that's been important to me for a long time, making the streets safer, especially for pedestrians and bicyclists. And reading this plan made me feel really happy that people were thinking about this issue and hoping to change it. I really liked what I was seeing with the plans. I read through all of the plans for the individual streets, for the priority projects. I will say I was hoping that I would see Magnolia Boulevard as one of the projects because I live on Magnolia Boulevard, and I find that is a street that really could use fixing. There's really wide lanes. I think there's 5 lanes, so 2 in either direction and then a center lane. And it's a center for where a lot of people are. I mean, I love walking around and getting to just be a part of the community there, but sometimes it becomes difficult because there are so many cars rushing past, and there are so few crosswalks. I actually used to work on Magnolia Boulevard in one of the pizza places, and I would see probably an average of 15 to 20 people every day jaywalking across the street because they would have to go so far out of their way to get to an actual marked crosswalk. From where I worked, if you were across the street, you would have to go across 3 crosswalks and 2.5 blocks out of your way to get to the other side of the road, and people don't want to do that, so people cross illegally, and then that opens them up to injury, which I've always found very concerning. I overall just really, really liked what I was seeing here in this plan, and I really hope you guys approve it and approve future plans that have similar, I guess, in a similar spirit of making the streets safer. I also would have liked to see more protected bike lanes included here, but I do love that they're going to be painted. That makes me feel really safe to have the painted lanes, but definitely billiards and including those things in the future I think is important. Okay.
Thank you for your comment. Did it within 3 minutes. Congratulations. Next up is David Donahue, and that's my last card. Welcome, Mr. Donahue. You have another 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. David Donahue. March 15th, Burbank Police Commission 2023, there was a report given about Vision Zero. It was given by the Burbank Police Department to the Commission, and it talked about what the City of Los Angeles had seen with Vision Zero. So again, March 15th, 2023, you can Google it, AI search it, you'll be able to get the link. And what the officer presented was the increase of vehicle and pedestrian, vehicle and bicycle multimodal, how it really went up. This is the part why I think it's important for me to bring this to you. It's all great and good to sit there and talk about 0 deaths, 0 lowering everything, when if you do not look at the data that is out there, the information that's in front of you, after programs like this have been put in, you're doing your community a disservice. it's very easy to look the information up to say that there was an increase, and actually I believe there was an increase in major injuries and an increase, if I'm remembering correctly, in death. It's easy to find it out. The Complete Our Streets, which is a short, small, easy to read, 278 pages. Holy mackerel, a lot of information. I would encourage the city and staff to be able, and I know that the staff is fantastic, and I thank them for all the work that they do, and I don't know how we could actually make the outreach better and more effective, how we could put some sort of information in front of every person in a Burbank Water and Power mailer, putting it out there because we just know that people don't really react to it. On San Fernando Valley is a great example. I was on a city walking tour, and just because a lot of people had those bright vests on, they were getting heckled about the changes on San Fernando. Now, this is right after it had happened. I haven't heard how the police department has really had feedback on this, but I would encourage that too. I would love to understand that. Collaborative work, again, I go back to let's just find out what other communities have been doing. I think it's been very important. I think that there needs to be more enforcement. I don't think we write enough tickets for people using the center turn lane as a passing lane on Victory or Magnolia or on Burbank Boulevard. And I understand the police department is busy, but when you call and say, at this time, this vehicle was going 60 miles an hour in a middle turn lane, I would hope it would get attention in the future. There's a lot of things to do, and I know there's a lot of consideration and deliberation that you're going to do on this. I appreciate your time and your attention to this matter. Have a good evening.
Thank you for your comment. That's the end of our public comment. We now completed public comment for this report. Does staff have any responses to the public comment?
Thank you, Council. Chris Bonomo, Senior Transportation Planner. To address the second speaker's comment about Magnolia, essentially when staff was developing this, it's looking at the collision data, where do the collisions happen, and then those are where staff focuses. The way it worked out, Magnolia's data didn't rise to the level to make it into those top 10. Or nine corridors and the 11 separate ones. Having said that, the three major intersections on Magnolia are included. They just happen to be on the north-south corridors. The comment also about more protected bike lanes, that is projects that staff and transportation also are working on, but it is a separate effort that continue in parallel with this. For the third speaker, specifically about Los Angeles, their Vision Zero plan was adopted 10 years ago. Los Angeles is a very different municipality in how they plan, enforce, and sort of implement projects in their jurisdiction. It is massive. They have a lot of people in a lot of very different contexts. The benefit for Burbank is that Burbank is smaller, and our internal kind of administrative connective tissue is really strong. From the very beginning on this plan, staff worked with the Public Works Department, the Fire Department, the Police Department, Burbank Unified School District, the PIO office, for everyone to understand where this plan would be going and to understand how any possible implementation could be bolstered by their group. So that infrastructure was already being laid before we got here. This plan lays out very specific corridors where staff would be proposing the first projects to go, as opposed to the Los Angeles plan was vast. I think the other one important thing is, since that one was adopted 10 years ago, a lot of state policy and state law has changed that enables the city to do different things now from the very beginning, as opposed to the last 3-4 years for Los Angeles. They're able to then look into kind of different streamlining laws for types of roadway safety projects. Also for the AB 43, the speed limit setting, they didn't have that as a capability for them. So Burbank is a bit more nimble and has some more options at the ready to be able to tackle these sorts of projects.
Great. Thank you for those responses. Council questions? Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
I wanted to just follow up on Olivia's question about protected bike lanes. From my understanding, Mr. Bonomo, this plan, this action plan we have in front of us is sort of a quick and easy first step. It's paint, it's plastic, it's very simplified techniques that we can offer to the Public Works Department and sort of quick fix. A protected bike lane is going to be a level above that. Am I not correct in that assumption?
Correct. That's the right assumption, and that's, I think, a useful way to distinguish between these types of projects. Whereas a protected bikeway is every inch of half mile to a couple miles, probably. It's a ton of coordination. You're dealing with surveying, utilities, all kinds of extra different pieces that won't necessarily need to be taken into account if you're just looking at a few intersections along a corridor with paint and plastic and you're staying within the confines of the existing curb and gutter.
Okay, all right. So to your point, Olivia, pay attention for the future. This may come back, the protected bike lane issue. And then to Mr. Donahue's question about Los Angeles, correct me if I'm wrong, but when they tried to implement Vision Zero, they have 15 different council districts. I was under the impression that not every council district adopted the same Vision Zero plan, so it was kind of piecemeal. Is that right? And then I believe they had a ballot measure last year for LA City to force the whole city to implement a Safer Streets plan, and even that is being sued by their city attorney. So they're like, from my understanding, it wasn't a uniform adoption, is basically my understanding of what happened with Vision Zero in LA. Is any of that true, or am I speculating on that? Have you heard anything like that?
I can't speak for Los Angeles staff on how that went, but they're a much more complex organization.
Right. Okay. But if we adopted it, it would be uniform citywide, is basically my point. Okay. All right. Because I had heard that there was a lot of issues with them actually implementing it. And then some districts undid some of the Vision Zero programs after they'd been on the ground for a while. So you mentioned earlier, and you had it as a separate item, the green painted bike lanes. To fully paint everything, you put a ticket, a $sign at 11 million. And then there was a lower option for $1 million if we just did sort of the conflict zone. But if we did it case by case and only implemented it when we were either restriping an area or resurveying an area, if we did it piecemeal like that, would the cost also come down more if we simply did it as we were improving the streets? And I'm talking just the conflict zones.
So, Vice Mayor, Councilmember, thank you for the question. Yes, when you look, one of the facets of this program is to seek opportunities as part of our annual paving program to implement these strategies. So, economy of scale, we bring these opportunities in, and if there's opportunities where, again, similar to the previous item and the red curb, we see driveways or intersections where we know there's multimodal conflicts and we should paint these areas green, the bike lanes, maybe the dashed green also. We'd certainly be looking with the transportation planners and PD to say this is a good spot to do it. Let's get this into our plans and specs of our annual paving projects.
Okay. Well, so to that point, my colleagues, what what I would prefer is to have a very low threshold for these conflict stripings for the bike lanes, so that if we are improving an area, it's easier and cheaper for us to do it rather than try to go back and resurvey or anything like that. So if you all agree, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mullins.
I have a question regarding Magnolia. You mentioned there's 3 different intersections on Magnolia. Could you share with us where those are? Because I'm looking at the report and I can't find the right page.
Absolutely. It is a large report, so it is page 35.
Of attachment 2?
Oh, sorry. It's page 35 of the attachment 2, yes.
Okay.
Sorry. The main plan
I
is
know, we have
attachment
2 attachments plus a report. Okay, got it.
Yeah, so this was the map that was up during the presentation, and so the lighter blue, kind of thicker lines are the proposed project corridors, and you'll see that Hollywood Way, Buena Vista, and Victory, all of those intersections with Magnolia would be considered.
And this is where we are working on this signal light, or what are we doing there?
Oh, so these are the project corridors, and then if you were to flip a few pages forward, you see what's called a cut sheet, and that shows you individual. It's the concept plan for what staff thinks could work at these corridors. So, if you were to flip to
32?
Hollywood, page 44, Hollywood Way. So like you would see Hollywood Way at Magnolia, and it shows where the signalized intersections are, 44 and 45. At signalized intersections, the possible improvements are high visibility crosswalks, looking at protected left turns if the infrastructure allows it, curb extensions, leading pedestrian intervals. So what this does is it shows you the menu of options at the signalized intersections, what's on the table, and what could work based on what is in the state and federal guidance for these sorts of treatments.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to Chuck for his earlier comment, because I'm still looking for, you said $5 million? Billion. I wrote down billion, but I said I could be wrong. Can we?
Yes, I can certainly address that.
Yes, thank you.
That is the, what the Infrastructure and Jobs Act allocated for the Safer Streets for All federal grant program. So there's a federal grant program that cities can apply for to get funding for these sorts of plans and these sorts of projects. And that was federally allocated funding for cities to go after that. That was in June was the application deadline for that. So we're not applying for that currently. If money is left over for the next round, we would absolutely look into applying for those funds.
Sorry, just to follow up, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act of 2021 allocated $5 billion for the entire country to apply for.
Correct.
We don't get $5 billion.
Yes. $5 billion over 5 years for the whole.
So $1 billion a year
country.
for 5 years. Okay.
Correct. Yes, not locally.
But we have not applied, or
we did not. We needed a plan in order to apply for that, and then we're here tonight with this. So hopefully next time around there's some funding left over that we can look into.
Okay, since we're talking about money, can you perhaps let us know what is being allocated for this plan for the 11 points or 11 key points that we're looking at?
So there's an annual allocation of $700,000, and it is Measure R. Measure R funding. And so that's allocated right now, and that covers planning and implementation. This is a new sort of plan and a new way of working. In year one, we can't say for certain how many projects we will be able to go after, After year one, we'll have a better understanding and then be able to forecast on kind of what we would be looking at for year two, year three.
Thank you. Also, I want to address Olivia, the speaker. Thank you. First time I see you here tonight, so thank you for coming. I do understand completely your concern, especially on Magnolia. That is a street that I frequently walk, and I see the speed and I see the traffic. Well, it has traffic, but it also has a lot of speed. And I think I'm going to address this question to our chief of police. And I was wondering, what can we do about maybe more enforcement on that street? Because especially around 6 o'clock in the evening or on a Saturday, you see lots of people speeding. It's wide street, so it's just open for violations. I know it's not going to be popular for a lot of people, but I think I want to hear from you.
Councilmember Mullins, thank you for the question. Exactly what you're doing now, I think, is appropriate, specifically making me aware of it. We have 17 square miles, and we can't be everywhere at once, so we rely on council, city staff, members from the community, email or other avenues to get this information and at least have some sense of awareness. Just because I'm not aware of it doesn't necessarily mean there's a problem. So I'll take your concern, specifically that came up in public comment, and address that with the Traffic Bureau, see if we can't give it some extra love, in a sense, and address it accordingly.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It has been noted, and I knew there would be the right time to bring it up and discuss it. So I appreciate that. So my question is, how often will the city reevaluate the focus network and update priority project locations? So, we have it based on crashes, based on data. We haven't gathered any data since 2022. And there's 2 years there's a gap. So we don't have that information. So we're making our own determination and recommendation based on data that has been previously gathered. And then we're looking also at the time where we had pandemic, people were not driving as much, and then they drove, and then we started noticing more accidents. So when would be the next time, if you will, that you would come back and say, okay, we have more data and more information? Perhaps some of the recommendations that you're making tonight wouldn't even apply because we either have more crashes or even less. Well, we're hoping we have less crashes and less fatalities. So when would that time be?
Thank you. That's a good question. To address, because the first part of it about data being 2018 to 2022, when this project started, that was the latest data we had, started the whole infrastructure of coding, geocoding, all the analysis. And then once we were pretty far along, then we got 2023 data, and there is a bit of a lag on it in order to clean it up and kind of processing between police department, public works, and ourselves. So for the next time that we do update, we will incorporate multiple years that have since lapsed into that data analysis. And it typically, right now, we didn't set an exact date, but it should be about 3 years before we go back and reanalyze all of the data, because it will then give us time to work on this first set of projects, judge where we are, and then once some of these projects are addressed, installed, we're observing them, then we're able to get more data in, do a whole nother data analysis, and then make that list 9 again. Let's say we do a few of them, we'll backfill with additional ones after that.
And how long after the installation of some of the recommendations that you have, and I think page 32, 2 of 32. How long after are you going to wait before we start recognizing either our success or our concern about what we've done?
I think staff will start looking at it and observing immediately. It does take some time for anything that goes on the roadway for drivers and pedestrians to get used to what's there. So typically, and I don't know, when we work with our Public Works Department on this, you let it settle and then see how it works. But even in those intervening few months while that's happening, we'll be observing. About 6 months, we might start understanding once we can gather data and understand the difference in some of the traffic patterns and speeds if it has been successful. It also depends, I know school starts very soon. It also depends on, we tend to do our traffic counts when schools are in session because that is considered the normal traffic pattern. So it depends on that, but we'll be observing right away, but then really start thinking about it after 4 to 6 months.
Okay. And I know in the report you've mentioned that we have done community outreach, and that gives me the impression that our community is fully aware of what we're doing. And my question is, when was that? What feedback did you receive from the community? And the third question would be, what are they fully aware of what we're doing? Were all these different priority pictures, list of things that we were doing, were they completely aware of this and what we're doing on each of the intersection and each one of these streets, as in like starting with attachment 2, 38, 37, all the way to the last street that you have here? Did they actually see this? Did they actually ask questions? And I want to know what their feedback was.
So there was a 3-month period for the online portal that was open where people took surveys, and this was us asking them information on their concerns, sensitivities, or desires for what they want to see on the roadways in Burbank. That also had the so that was the survey component. There was also a map where they could drop pins and write a comment for what they see, what they would like there. Those results are included in technical summary B in the appendix. And at that point in time, at the tail end of that,
what attachment is the appendix?
Technical summary B. If you flip to page 77, it starts there.
Okay, thank you.
And so at the tail end of that, there was an in-person community workshop at Buena Vista Branch Library, and the focus network map was presented. The options of what could be installed, the types of countermeasures in the countermeasure toolbox were included. At that point in time, because the community engagement hadn't fully finished, staff hadn't developed these project cut sheets that kind of paired all of it together. They had seen components of it, but the countermeasure or the cut sheets were included as part of this plan.
Okay, so a lot of these projects and or recommendations would come as a surprise to some individuals, because all of a sudden they'll see a change, whether it's a roundabout on 6th Street or narrowing of the street on Van Owen, or some additional signal changes on Buena Vista to Clark. So I think I may be very clear to the reason I'm asking these questions. Having gone through the experience of Olive above Glen Oaks and narrowing Olive and waking up in the morning, even though we did community outreach, but we all knew we all found out quickly the reaction of the residents or people that drove on Olive. It was a very negative reaction, and we all heard about it, including, of course, staff. Mr. Krisky answered God 1,000 emails plus. And so I am trying to look at ways to prevent this from happening again in the future. We may not be able to prevent it 100%, but I think doing our outreach job and knowing if there's some major alteration to the streets that we need somehow to find a way where either one is brought to council for discussion or two, somehow an outreach would be done in that neighborhood or a residential area. I'm not talking about changing a sign for saying no U-turn on Buena Vista. I mean, it's fine, it's given, but I'm talking about major alteration. And one of the streets that you have on here is Van Owen, which we're recommending from what I see in this list is to narrow the street to reduce traffic. So I honestly don't know what narrowing the lanes will do, whether it creates more traffic, given that we're putting almost 800 units in that area where Fry's is. So I don't know the impact on Van Owen that it's going to have narrowing the lanes and the impact of traffic. So how do we address that? How do we educate the community? How do we make sure that people are aware, here's what we're doing? Again, not minor things, because I think we do need these things that you're recommending in here, left turn, right turn, whatever, we all gonna get used to it. But I'm talking about major change from a normal driving every day and all of a sudden, what's going on here?
Absolutely. So I think thank you for the question. I think the part of the question where you mentioned, signage, minor striping, things that people won't really have too big of an issue with, many of those components are what really kind of the meat of what we're looking at. The way that this would work is that they would then sort of be layered as you go to increase alertness, make sure that drivers know where the major conflict points are, whether that's improving with a continental crosswalk instead of the standard crosswalk, or improving visibility with signage or the reflective back plates on a signal. Those sorts of things, as you mentioned, shouldn't be too much of a disturbance. For the traffic circles, absolutely, that is something new. That is something that our city hasn't dealt with. There would be education around those treatments and those specific locations. Those are only proposed on projects that are further down on our priority list. So that is kind of in order of how we would prioritize these. So it would give us time to then do the education with that neighborhood and really make clear how it works, how it might affect travel, what the goals are, and kind of what the drawbacks are. There are examples of other cities about our size that have done these sorts of things, especially with roundabouts and traffic circles, in very specific locations where it's only 2-lane roads in each direction and not on major arterials. So they're specifically proposed at those locations as to not be a major disturbance on an arterial, but we totally understand that if you live near it, it'll be different. So by having those kind of assigned to the ones lower on the priority list, that would give staff time to work on public engagement, educate the neighborhood around how that would work. Action item 4 is all about continued public engagement, and that would be part of our public engagement plan for how we go forward and communicate these different sorts of treatments that people might not be used to.
And just to add on to what Mr. Manomo said, David Kriske, Assistant Community Development Director. So this is a good conversation for this item now because we do need input from the City Council on the types of things you're concerned about versus the types of things that maybe you're okay with. That's a big part of kind of finding the line between the improvements that we can do quickly and nimbly and not do so much outreach versus the ones that maybe that's a little bit too much of a reach, and so we want some outreach or a more measured approach when we implement it, probably the traffic circle. So that's what we would like to get input from tonight when you consider this plan is the parameters that we're allowed to operate in, because we do want to, we understand the outreach is important, but Vision Zero and Safer Streets, it's a new way of thinking because we also want to be nimble and to be able to put this out much faster than your typical capital project. And then evaluate. The best evaluation will be the data that we get as a follow-up to the council member's earlier comment about how we measure success. We will hamstring ourselves if we have to be bogged down in a lot of more traditional planning. But if there are things that you need us to do traditional planning for, you need to tell us so we can either pull it out of the plan or caveat it. So we would like to get that input. This also, we believe, strikes a balance between what we think we can as an organization do quickly and nimbly. We have been very mindful of what we think community members might react to with different things. There are treatments that are not in this plan because we thought, you know what, that's just too far. Lane reductions. I don't think lane reductions are in the context of this type of plan because we want to be quick. And if you're going to do a lane reduction, that's a whole other project. So lane reductions aren't in the plan. There's some other things that are for farther reaching that are not in the plan because of those concerns. But please, yes, the council should, if they can, provide input on elements that you want to see more outreach on, and then also give us idea about the things. You know what? A left turn arrow that shows up that was a protected permissive and now it's a red arrow. We're okay to try that. A painted curb extension with bollards in a commercial area, not in front of somebody's house, but in a commercial area, we're okay with that. Traffic circle, no, that's a whole other ball of wax. Let's pull that back. That's what the input we'd like to see from you before we consider adopting this.
Thank you, and this for that reason, I'm asking staff because we've all lived through what happened on Olive, even though it was the city's way of course slowing down traffic, making sure people are safe, but we saw how the reaction and it's very much appreciated that the action that was taken to monitor it for 6 months, get feedback, and then provide, make a correction. And I think I haven't received any emails lately unless any of you have. So I think we consider that to be a success. And those are the type, for me personally, the type of project that is going to completely alter the way that people are driving now, and all of a sudden there's a circle in the middle of 6th Street. Where does this come from? The behavior and the thought of driving straight, and all of a sudden what am I supposed to do with this now? Narrowing the lanes on Van Owen, again, that's even though it might not have a huge impact, but again, it does mentally, because we've noticed a lot of people, if they're driving close, it's all a behavior, as we know, driving. People are distracted with many things, their hands or phones or even though they're not supposed to do it. But they can stop all of a sudden and there's no room to go on the left or the right before they hit the car in front of them. So how is that the behavior is going to be altered? And those are the type of projects that I'm looking for personally to make sure that we are notifying the public, that we do our due diligence to let them know there is a change in behavior and we expect, we want to let you know in advance.
So that's another good conversation to have for Van Owen, because it's another example of an iteration where we started at a higher bar and kind of brought ourselves back down to earth. So there was a thought to actually do the Van Owen project as a lane reduction. The volumes are very low, speeds are very high. There is new development coming. We think a single lane in each direction could address that, but it's probably beyond the scope of what we're trying to do to be nimble. So we brought it back. We said, no, instead we could look at lane narrowing. Number of travel lanes remains the same. It's just you're taking a foot or two from each one and then applying it to narrow the street, and in this case, add bicycle lanes in the remaining space. We've been doing that in Burbank for many years. All of our bike lanes on arterials today, that's how we got there. We took wider lanes and we nibbled a foot or two away and then did it. Staff's opinion is that level of improvement is not going to be something that's going to be disruptive to the motorist, but we're just staff. The council could provide input on that situation. Maybe a long corridor like that, you want us to, where it's like a long stretch of striping for blocks and blocks and blocks, maybe you think that also should be kind of out of the category, where really the meat and potatoes of this is looking, yes, at corridors, but it's specific intersections along corridors and groupings. I feel like maybe that's a little less intense than a full blasting of the striping. So that's another thing the city council could provide input on, but it's an example of where we started high, we kind of tempered what pure analysis and engineering might say, but brought it back to be what's the practical realities, how the public and the council might react, and so we brought it back. And maybe we need to bring it back some more. So that's another example of how this is working.
I'm going to hold back because I think I had enough questions, but I do have, I mean, I can sit here and ask more, but I am allow you guys to jump in.
Okay. Councilmember Rosati?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Just a couple comments and questions. Mr. Donahue's point about, it's actually a pet peeve of mine, are the ride shares and the delivery trucks and the Amazon guys that just stop their vehicle. They don't pull over, and there's places to pull over. They just stop, and that's when all safety goes out the window because you got people trying to get around them. You can't see pedestrians. Personally, I would like to see those fines doubled on people that double park like that. I think that creates a very unsafe environment, and I see it all the time throughout the city. And then the speaker regarding Magnolia, I'm not sure where you live on Magnolia, but the commercial corridor, especially the high frequent areas, California to Hollywood Way, the council added a crosswalk and a signal not that long ago, 5-8 years ago. And that was clearly because there was just such a high volume of people and traffic. I would ask my council members that we incorporate into this plan equestrian safety. It's not really mentioned in here much. There's logos about bikes and pedestrians and wheelchairs, but not equestrian. Legally, they can ride a horse in the equestrian community in Burbank, so I think that has to be looked at. This body voted a year or two ago to put in the master plan of finishing the equestrian trail, the bridle trail. It's right now there's a partial trail in Riverside Drive. I think that should be finished to Riverside down to Mariposa. And the reason why is there's certain segments of the equestrian people that say, well, we have the perimeter trail. Yeah, you do have the perimeter trail if you live south of Riverside Drive. But people on the east part of the Rancho and the west part of the Rancho that are trying to get south, that would connect their neighborhoods, almost like the Chandler bike path connected neighborhoods, so would the trail. So there's no way to go from east to west safely. So I think that needs to be implemented into this if council agrees. And then I want to go through some of these cut sheets if you allow me to. We got time?
Do you
Can we do
have
it?
questions, or are you going to?
Questions.
Okay, yeah.
And then we can deliberate, right? All right. So on the one on Alameda Avenue, where it says extend the median, give me an idea exactly where that location is. I'm looking at the map, but it's a little fuzzy. It's hard to read.
What page are you on?
It's on 2-43 on the cut sheet.
Yes, so the specific location for that is if you're coming from Lake, going under the five, then you go under the tracks and you come up and you kind of the backside of IKEA is on your left and there's strip commercial on your right.
Got it.
There's
Perfect.
a bunch of really weird driveways that come out to a frontage road and it's not very clear. Clarifying that.
Got it.
Yes.
And then on 2-45 Hollywood Way, close the right turn lane from Cordova Street to restrict left turns onto Hollywood Way to simplify. Is that the little road near Dino's Pizza?
Exactly.
And
It's like a little
shut it down or at least go right.
So it currently can go right.
Right.
So it comes to a point at the intersection and it makes a multi-legged intersection there.
Right.
There's a bailout for a car to make a left, and then make a right on and
Right.
access that.
So you want to cut that off?
Yes.
And then just only go right?
Correct.
Got it. Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure I'm correct.
Oh, sorry. No, sorry, I mixed up what you were saying. It would be closing the right only and having the car go left so that it makes that merge happen before the intersection actually exists.
So it forces you onto Hollywood Way North.
Onto Hollywood Way first, and then you would make the right there.
Wait, you'd be making a left going against traffic?
No, you'd basically merge into Hollywood Way northbound.
Got it.
And then you'd have to make the turn at the signal.
Okay. Two rights. Perfect. Okay.
It avoids two lanes coming together right at the intersection.
Got it. Okay. Van Owen we talked about. Victory.
Councilmember Rosati, are you okay with Van Owen? I mean, I know, but the direction to make sure that we're notified.
Visually, especially with seniors, when you start crowding lanes, it makes people nervous. Not everyone's a great driver, and I think response times, if you had a little bit of room, you can respond a lot better if you feel crunched. So I'm not sure where the data comes in from that idea, but I also agree that we're going to add 800 homes there. So I think we should at least wait and see what that's going to do before we do any implementation.
So for Van Owen, all of those are valid, and I totally understand that. What we're trying to address is that the speed is posted at 40, so it's already high. I remember the days in Burbank when it was nothing over 35. So that's a 40. But prevailing speeds we've measured out there are 48 to 52. So we're trying to address speeding and then coming into Buena Vista. But also, being mindful of the tools that we think we can do without too much consternation. So if we think we can narrow the lanes, look at speed limit policy, which we didn't touch on too much, but with AB 43 and some of the other tools, one of the implementation action items here is to use those tools in certain locations, and this is potentially one of them. We're trying to address the speeding, which here seemed to be really high.
And I was going to ask the question, can we drop the speed limit from 40? Can we make it 35, 30? Are we allowed to do that?
So we have, if this plan is adopted, there is a first early action that we'd like to do. We're already starting to work on it, is to look at AB 43 and all the nuances of the speed limit reforms that have come out recently, and look at how that applies to Burbank, and sort of, again, ask the community and the council, do you want it to use some of those tools in targeted areas where we now have the legal right to adjust the speed limits, to look at certain places. One of the ideas we're throwing out is looking at all the 40s and just saying, can we legally now, through engineering and new tools that we have, eliminate that. And so we have a couple of high-level things we want to chat with you about, and then we have some other targeted policies with AB 43 to discuss with you. So again, we've started that a little bit. This plan would give us the permission to do that more directly, and specifically to bring in our police colleagues, because the speed limits only work when they can be enforced. So we want to make sure we're not setting ourselves up for failure with that. But yes, that would be part of this plan that we would like to do going forward.
Okay, and then regarding the cut sheet, the last one, give me the visual on 2-53 on Monterey. Where exactly?
And just real quick, while you're pulling that up, for folks following at home, or if you're new, if you go online to the Burbank website and you look up meetings and agendas, you can pull up the whole 150-page report and follow along. Thank you.
Correct. So Monterey is one of the access roads that goes around the perimeter of Vicroy Park.
Yeah.
So it's the triangle shape. They come together, and then it is an odd. It's similar to the Dino's Pizza Corner. It's an odd alignment where you're coming into an arterial.
From Monterey to Victory?
Vice versa.
The opposite way.
Sorry, in both directions. So let's say you're making a left in, you're making a left across 3 lanes and then navigating a spot where 2 lanes are coming together. Or if you're coming out of the park and you want to make a left across, you're at an odd angle. And so what staff, based on kind of based on what we're looking at there, for people accessing the park, simplifying that movement to improve safety at that location.
And give me the idea of simplifying. What are we doing?
Sorry, but thank you. We would be making it right out, right in only, so that you wouldn't be able to make that left
The
turn.
left turn.
Correct.
And that's with a hard obstacle?
No, it would be with signage. We are limited, based on our conversations with other departments, on, as Mr. Kriske said, we sort of started up here, and then as we talked and kind of understood every department's sensitivities around impediments in the roadway, decided that signage to make it clear that you can't go in there would be the best. We could also touch up paint, but there wouldn't be a hard barrier in the middle of the arterial there.
Okay, it wouldn't be a bad idea.
Can I ask, I have seen sort of rounded bulbs that can be driven over but are not easy to drive over. And I know putting an actual barrier in the way is tough, but like when we're talking about public works or police or fire moving through the streets, is that an option? Have we looked at that to sort of prevent those left turns that we're trying to? So it can be passable, but it's kind of difficult for the average car, but we can do it. Like, I don't know if that's an option.
So yeah, we've done some median physical barriers, and I agree with you that the signs and paint are good, but the physical barriers are always better. We've done a few barriers with the K71 flex posts around the Target on Hollywood Way. We did it for Raising Cane's. So we are open to that. We could get some feedback from you onto whether you think that's something to pursue. The reason why it wasn't directly in the immediate, we're just going to go out and do it, is because the fire department does want to make sure that if we put too many of these in strategic locations where they are responding a lot, that they want to look at it. So the Hollywood Way one by the Target really works for traffic. It's really kind of helped reduce that those lefts, and would actually be great to fortify it even more. But fire on that one specifically said that during peak hour when the traffic is backed up at Magnolia and they have a response, because they have to either use the turn lane to get around traffic or they want to use the turn lane to get around the traffic, but if there's a median, they have to go onto the wrong way, which they can, but it just introduced a little more risk. So they wanted us to pull back on the median treatments because they would want to look at that.
So my only comment is I'm open to it.
Okay.
So if it makes sense and everyone's happy with it,
I mean, I've even seen sort of like tiny little speed bumps in certain areas, like stuff that a fire engine can handle at a moderate speed, that the average driver is not gonna jump out and
We are
try
told
to.
that's still a concern of theirs.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
And then last, I missed on my list here for the Rancho. As part of the engagement, I was at one of those meetings, and there were quite a few equestrian people there. They weren't even mentioned in the engagement section. So I think, again, just recognizing that the equestrian community showed up and they had some concerns about just equestrian safety.
We can certainly add that language. I just would like to note that there is a whole separate Rancho neighborhood specific plan, which I'm sure you're very well aware of, that absolutely the city understands the unique transportation needs and the intersection of different modes in the neighborhood. And that plan is specifically looking into that. This plan just went based off of the data and where the hotspots were, and then suggested off of that. And unfortunately, or rather luckily, there weren't any major hotspots in the Rancho that were in our top 9 project list.
Understood. Thank you. Madam Vice Mayor, thank you.
Great, thank you for these questions. A few more questions for you. Going back to the topic of funding and the purpose of this plan. So what I heard you say, I want to make sure I got that correct, is that this plan is a lot of it is to give direction and a plan for being able to do these quick builds, but it also is essential for future funding opportunities. So it's kind of a two-purpose plan for the future too, right?
Correct, yes. It opens the city up to be able to apply for those funds. However, understanding how funding changes from time to time, staff is looking at a variety of funding opportunities. But yes, the short answer is yes, this opens up to be able to apply for additional state and federal funding.
Okay. And kind of following up with that, and also previous comment about the bike paths, how does this integrate with our complete streets and bike master plan, both for like implementing all these projects and working on the projects and also for funding?
Thank you for the question. So those plans laid the policies that this plan has built on top of. If you notice on the cut sheets for, if you flip to any number of them, there's a long-term vision improvements white box on the right side, and it notes where a corridor overlaps with a complete streets plan project. So what that can do is a couple of things. It can give staff the opportunity to possibly do a quicker build version of that to demonstrate effectiveness and then go after funding to fortify it. Or what it can do is if it's coming along sooner, these other components for the rest of the corridor could be folded into it.
Great. I really like how they're all integrating together, and they're multiple stages of the different projects, and they're potentially all pieces of getting funding for different levels of projects. So that's great to hear that they're all integrated. And then for the quick builds for this plan, they're quick to build in the sense that they're not as big of a project. But that also means too that if for whatever reason they don't work out, or that there's an issue, that they can be adjusted or taken down pretty quickly as well, right? They could be removed. Am I getting that right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And then there was a community email we received, and I think this is an example of where this can be, I think, the community can understand how this can be important, is that, yeah, at the, recently there was an accident at Riverside and Rose, right? And that's part of the area focus, that street's in one of our lines here. So what would be an example of something that could apply to that particular intersection? Do you happen to have that? I mean, I think, Riverside and Rose is on the bottom left over by the shopping area in Riverside over on that side. So what would be an example for the community to hear how that kind of thing could, when there's an accident like that, how that can be, could it be, this plan be applied to that kind of situation?
So the focus network is kind of the broader top 15% of corridors, and yes, as you mentioned, that segment of Riverside is on it. But it didn't meet the threshold to be included as one of the specific project corridors.
Okay.
Having said that, as we see in the plan, intersections are a major focus, left turns are a major focus, and pretty much on most of these corridors, the intersections where those left turns or broadsides are happening is something that staff will be focusing on.
Good. And I think the kind of the question I'm asking is that when folks see accidents in the community, like this intersection is dangerous, I think that the question that might have in their head is, how does this one-to-one, how do we get improvements? What's a plan like this? Or how do we ask for improvements when we see an intersection is dangerous this way? So if there is an intersection or situation like this, does this plan help us improve those intersections? Can the community use those accidents as an example of how to advocate for safer intersections, et cetera?
So, and just to nuance on this a little bit further, and I'm not quite sure where I'm going to go with this, but first of all, we don't know the circumstances of that accident, so I don't know, we can't prognosticate what could be used as solutions in here because I have no idea what caused that. I just saw the picture and the car was
sure.
what. As Mr. Nomo said, yeah, we had an accident there and it's concerning, and it's on our network, but if you think about it, there's 9 other corridors where you have even more stuff happening. So while we would like to focus our efforts immediately when we see something in the news to address it, and we may have to, just because of future circumstances, just know that one big goal of this was to really be the data is the arbiter. And so we are looking at the brass tacks of where the crash is happening. We are weighting the vulnerable road users as a higher weight. So we may have 3 auto versus auto in one place, but if we have maybe 1 auto versus auto and 1 ped, that will rise higher because the pedestrian, we're weighting further. So that's where the 10 corridors come, and that's where we want to focus. But I will say that circumstances that we see with those types of accidents are speed or conflicts at intersections. And those are the 2 kind of North Star things we're trying to fix because that's where most of the safety problems happen. And so then the countermeasures talk to that. It's what can we do to reduce speeds and what can we do to eliminate or reduce conflicts.
Great. Okay, thank you for elaborating that. And then, so speaking of speeds, one other item that came up is specifically street racing speeds. So there's the general, like, just faster driving, like on Van Owen because it's open road or whatever, but there's the specific street racing speeds. Would this plan help us at all with those types of situations or streets that are used for street racing?
Let me first say that street racing is a violation of the law. So if people are willing to break the law, that really goes beyond our ability to control it. If they wish to run red lights, if they wish to speed down the middle of narrow lanes, which are designed to slow traffic, staff would be limited in their ability for people who wish to disobey our traffic control devices.
Okay, so then the answer is no, that this plan does not help with street racing.
Well, I would just caution the council from making statements that it believes it can control illegal conduct with safe road design, because illegal conduct by its nature is violating safe roadway, safe intersection design. So the fact that an accident happens, the fact that a race happens, doesn't mean that the design is not safe. It means they broke the law.
Right.
You should talk to the people making the new Fast and Furious movie and see if they want to change some of their attitudes.
Well, and then I think this is also somewhat important. I was curious too if any of the data that we received with the crash data, if these data are speed racing data in crashes, then I don't know if is it impacting at all of our interpretation of whether that is a safety or generally speeding or generally dangerous road versus a road where people are breaking the law, in which case that's an outlier. So I'm just wondering
So
if
I
that's
would
part of it.
discourage you from using the phrase generally dangerous road.
Oh,
Because
sorry.
I don't believe we have any of those.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
And I will say, maybe not necessarily for speed racing, although I guess it would apply too, but in general, another action item is enforcement and some tools that we are proposing to look into to use police resources a little bit differently to address speeding. So that is an action item. So we have speeding motor officers, we have patrol officers, we have pretty good crime, low crime in Burbank, luckily. And so there may be opportunities to use resources a little bit differently to direct, say, patrol in certain times and circumstances to speeding enforcement. So enforcement is not an infrastructure measure. It is but it is another part of it.
Okay, so that's a totally separate thing. So folks who have questions or comments about that, it's a completely separate.
Well, it's included in the plan, and I think the corridors and the locations will now help us enforce where we know things are happening, because we will see that with all these corridors, or many of them, speed is a factor in many of the crashes. And so one measure, we can do speed feedback signs, we can do lane narrowing, we can do signal timing to break up the platoons, but then we can also direct speed enforcement resources at certain times to also affect that. I will say also, and police have much more information to provide on this, we also are limited in our police resources. So there's only so much we can do, but this helps direct their work also.
Okay, great, thanks. All right, shifting gears a bit for the green bike lane. So just wanted to kind of clarify that I think what Councilmember Anthony was asking about was for the green bike lanes in the high conflict areas that are being redone, and putting those as a priority for, if you're going to redo the street anyway, might as well put in the conflict green painting. Is there also potentially a focus for the highest conflict bike areas that maybe there's not going to be doing any street work there, but there's still particularly conflict areas that we could add the green bike lanes? And if so, where would we get that information to figure out which one those are?
So for the project corridors, if there is an existing bikeway, or if there is a small gap, that is absolutely something that we staff would be looking at implementing to improve the visibility for where those conflict points are. But that would be aligned with the priority projects outlined in the plan.
Okay, all right. And then going back to traffic circles, I know we're in questions, but since we talked about traffic circles earlier, my question to you is, can I be at the ribbon cutting for the first traffic circle that you imply? I think it's great. I'm a big fan of traffic circles, and would love to be there to see the first one implemented. Yay. But I also understand the concern about implementing something new like that. I have complete confidence that our community can quickly figure it out, and it will take some adjusting. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Other communities have done it many times over. I have faith in you, Councilmember Rosati. I have faith in you. But yeah, so there's that. And then the leading pedestrian intervals, yes, thank you so much for those. I've already talked about those before. And curb extensions, yes, big fan. A couple more things and I'm done. Van Owen, so I have a little bit of a different perspective. Do you remember the walking, I don't know what it was called, like an audit or something, where we had 2 or 3 groups, we walked all through the tour through that area? In my group that we did that walking tour, everyone in that group was like, please slow down Van Owen, please, please, please do something. So I have a feeling that community will really appreciate something being done there, narrowing lanes, whatever it takes to slow folks down. When you're considering like that stretch, or when you're considering these things, is there going to be outreach to the community again to see whether they would like to have those more potentially extreme measures? Because I think that's an area, as an example, that would actually be pretty welcome to have something to go on there.
So This is again, it's a little bit lower level. We're having a discussion about kind of where we want to go with quick build, limited outreach. And so we'll take that feedback, but also for additional context, in the longer range planning area, the Golden State specific plan has a whole mobility component, and we are looking at Van Owen to actually do a lane reduction. But that's not coming out of this, like, let's just do it. It's coming out of, okay, this is the specific plan. Let's weigh in on all the different ideas we want to look at to address transportation in this area for the next 15 years. That is a corridor of discussion.
Okay, great, good. They'll be happy to hear that. And then just in general with the all the elements on 232 and 233 with the suggestions, can we please add the green bike lanes, little picture, there's a space right there for the green bike lanes right on that page. I like them all, they're great. Thank you for including all these. All right, those are all my questions. Deliberation, we're already, I think, 45 minutes behind schedule, but if we would like to deliberate, yes, Councilmember Mullins.
I have one request to see if we can add that. For the pavement marking through intersection, those white lines for the intersections, I don't believe, unless I missed it, we have the flashing lights when somebody's crossing in an intersection, especially a busy street. I'll give an example on I believe it's Central in Glendale, Central Brand. Across the street, there is a church on the corner there. They have the flashing lights if somebody wants to cross.
You're saying an intersection that doesn't have a street light?
Yeah, or in the middle of the intersection, in the middle of the street
Right.
where the lights is far. Do we have any of those lights here in the city? I've never seen one. It's kind of a cautious light to let the vehicles know that there is somebody crossing the street.
Right.
Is
So
there
she's
one on
asking
Hollywood
about
Way?
crosswalks without a signal.
So
I don't think we have any. I've never seen it.
So those sorts of improvements, step one, those sorts of improvements are a little bit out of the quick build realm.
Okay.
Because you need power and you got to build it into the street and.
Yes. And there's a category of some of these improvements with Public Works that we kind of put in a side bucket of potential, but with a little more study.
Future.
Because there are certain parameters we want to look at when we're looking at mid-block crossings and doing controls like that to make sure we're putting the appropriate treatment there. That being said, we will be getting some of these from separate projects. We're going to get one on Front Street as part of the 777 Front Street project to get folks crossing Front Street. It's only 2 lanes in each direction, but it's a little fast. Although I think it's going to be slower with the new development. But so we're going to get one there. And then the Empire Housing Development Project, basically Empire between Buena Vista and Ontario with the housing development, affordable housing project. They will be putting one in right near them and by the park to help with that. Our engineering colleagues and ourselves are very cognizant about letting people cross mid-block to only do it when they have the appropriate treatment, which is why it's not a quick build. But it is included for further study in some of these areas.
Sorry, and
No,
just
no, go ahead.
one further note that my colleague from traffic engineering just let me know. So that you were talking about the overhead is the hawk signal that tends to happen on the faster, more main streets. The RRFB, the flashing beacon ones where the lights are on the side,
Yes.
is exclusively on a quieter, slower side street. So they're, even though they both have flashing lights, they're 2 different use cases. So I just wanted to clarify that the ones that would, like the one that would be by 777 Front Street is the overhead hawk one.
Okay. I mean, I've seen them, I've used them, and I think it's helpful for, cars who are coming not expecting that somebody's crossing. It alerts the vehicles to slow down. So if it's something that we can have in the future as you're moving on to second phase or the projects are done, so it's something maybe to look at in the future.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Just one last final question. The high visibility crosswalks, are those only going to be implemented where we already currently have striped crosswalks?
Correct. There is a separate crosswalk policy that addresses new ones.
Okay.
This would be upgrading existing ones.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ready for deliberation? Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Yeah, I'm fine with the plan. I like all of the designs. I don't want to limit our public works on what they can do. However, to Councilmember Mullins' point, there are a couple that I think might be a little newfangled for folks. And because our city doubles in size during the day, especially in the commercial areas, I think trying to do outreach in commercial areas would just not really get the result we want. So for me personally, I think doing the outreach specifically to any improvements in residential zones is really where we should concentrate on, specifically the three items that I'm looking at: the traffic circles, the lane narrowing, and the curb extensions. For me, those three, visually, if you're in the neighborhood, if you live in the area, it looks like there's a big improvement and change to the roadway. I know going through these that, yes, it takes a minute and you get it, but to Councilor Mullen's point, I don't want to get a flood of 200 emails coming in. Why is this in? So if we could do some more traditional outreach on the three: the curb extensions, the lane narrowing, and the traffic circles, just in the residential neighborhoods that they're implementing, that I think that would really head off at the pass a lot of the stuff we saw with Olive north of Glen Oaks.
So curb extensions on an arterial commercial area, are you more okay with that? Because this is a kind of a bread and butter item. Residential, I totally get it, because you don't want one of these things in front of your house.
Well, not that I don't want it, but if
we need to have a little more discussion about that. But
if it warrants it, it warrants it. But
Yes.
doing the outreach and talking to the people, and yeah, so that's, I think, kind of the point of what, yeah.
Councilmember Bersati.
I'm going to go back and just ask that we consider implementing the equestrian safety into the plan with the trail and signage and just.
If I could, because one of the things they're talking about is how it's not really affecting it. What I'd like to do, instead of trying to implement it here, is hold off on any implementation in the Rancho area for this until we're done with the master plan. If you're open to that.
I think you should just at least mention it. Just mention it. Yeah, I mean, it's not even a mention in here that there should be equestrian safety in there.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
We're not asking for implementation of anything. We're just asking to mention it. And then just, yeah.
Did we get data? Was there any data at all of equestrian involved accidents or horse injury or horse rider injury?
So in the police report data that staff received, there are many columns of the data fields, including if an animal was involved in a collision. So it didn't specifically say horse, it said animal. So looking at the collision characteristics and where it happened, seeing if it was in the Rancho, if it was on Riverside or one of the side streets, was something staff looked into. There wasn't a collision involving an animal in those areas that was an injury collision. So the collisions that staff used for the mapping and the weighting, there were none that met those criteria.
Maybe even just including that information in the report so that it shows it was looked at and considered.
Yeah.
I agree. I think I agree with both of you. We should have, and I think you said the same, we should, at least we know that this part of the community was not overlooked. And there was some, either we didn't have enough data, or this is something we're going to look at in the future in our master plan, or even phase 2 of the ongoing improvement that we're doing.
And then just to finish up, I just think the roundabout is just not a great idea. And there are unintended consequences. You know, people doing donuts in there. I might be for it if it was a high quality one, and I've seen high quality ones. where there's landscaping and infrastructure, but I don't think we're talking about that. I think we're just talking about just some curbing, right? It didn't look like anything high quality. And if we're going to do it, I want to do it right.
Yeah, so a little bit of terminology. Traffic circle is more akin to what we'd be looking at here, which is really slowing down at intersections. A full roundabout where you're actually like pulling out the stop signs and doing the full treatment is kind of beyond the scope. So I do want to make that
So we're
differentiation.
not doing roundabouts.
No, it's neighborhood traffic circles. It's nuanced a little bit different.
And again, what I'm encouraging them is to do the outreach first, get the communities to support it. If we have huge pushback, so one of the reasons why I think the outreach is important, if you get a neighborhood and you're like, hey, we'd like to implement a neighborhood traffic circle, and you do the outreach and nobody's for it, I think at that point we have an informed decision where we can make that choice at that point.
Give me a better idea what a traffic circle is.
I mean, if you look at the picture, page 33, it's very small.
That's what I'm saying. I can't
Yeah.
tell.
But like, so what I don't want to do is limit Public Works in their ability to give that option to the community. If people in the neighborhood are asking for some sort of calming measure and nothing else is working, and Public Works comes to them and says, hey, folks in this neighborhood, is this something you'd like? And they're all for it. I mean, who are we to say, no, you can't do it because...
All right, traffic circle. It's a roundabout. You have to go around it. You can't go straight. You have to go around it, and the other person has to come around it. So
I think
it's a little funky.
I'm not an engineer, but there's two roundabout. One where you just go around, and the other one is just. I've seen the circle in some neighborhood. It's not a full roundabout, but so maybe what are we putting there?
You can't go left, right? So you have to go around.
Go around, right.
And you got to keep going around, and then the guy on the other side has to go. Wait, should I go? Should I not go?
No,
it becomes a cluster.
That's a roundabout. So if I may, through the vice mayor. East Coaster here, love roundabouts, just full disclosure. So the roundabouts are typically to replace traffic signals. They're larger intersections. They're to continuously have traffic go around, and think of a larger intersection. There's opportunities for bikes and peds on the sides. The traffic circle is really a residential traffic calming measure. And they could be as simple as, bollards in a curb, you can make it a planter. But the bottom line for us, transportation planners, traffic engineers, we wouldn't look to implement this in an area that doesn't warrant it. So that's from studies, and again, working with PD and understanding the people will want this because they've seen a lot of issues there. And it's a way, it's not a merge and yield scenario. There is a circle. It's a weave around in both directions. You do have to pay more attention. That's the benefit of it versus a just open intersection or even a stop sign. You have to make contact. That's what's safer about traffic circles and roundabouts. But not to rabbit hole it, that's basically the difference of roundabouts versus traffic circles. The traffic circles being smaller in more residential applications.
I think that we could build one, quick build, and let you try it out and see what you think.
I'm not worried about me. There are so many people that aren't courteous and they're in a rush, and I don't know.
Yeah.
You guys get the
again,
emails.
I don't want
you guys get the emails. I'll just put directly.
Again, because it's quick build, right? We try it.
Yeah.
And if we don't like it, pull it out.
Well, and
I just don't
again,
want to limit us.
like you said earlier, let's find out if that neighborhood wants it. And if they do and they know how to drive around there, great for them. But if they don't, let's rethink about what else can we do.
Okay.
Yeah. It's good to have it in the arsenal as a possibility. Doesn't mean it necessarily has to be implemented, but it's good to have it in the pocket in case it's one.
To be clear, if we were to consider these, it's way down the list. We were looking at 6th Street in the dense part of the hill, where we have a lot of stop sign conflicts.
I go down 6th Street. I'll be there tomorrow morning, headed to Muir, and dealing with all the other parents. So yes, I personally think a traffic circle would help.
And I want to see a camera. I want to see everyone going through there and see how it works.
I'm not opposed to that. So
Any more deliberation?
I'm good.
Okay. This is such a great work. The thoroughness, the visibility of the projects, clarity, the thoughtfulness that's gone into this. I'm so impressed with the plan. Thank you so much for putting it together. I already shared my thoughts about the different elements. Put them all in the toolbox to be used potentially. And I'm looking forward to seeing how, assuming we pass it just now, I'm looking forward to seeing how things pop up. So would anyone like to make a motion?
I'm here. Yeah, okay. All right, I'd like to move that we adopt a resolution of the Council of the City of Burbank adopting the Safer Streets Burbank Action Plan and declaring categorical exemption under CEQA with the recommendations on including language that we have studied the Rancho Master Plan, the Rancho. The Rancho.
Equestrian safety.
Equestrian safety, sorry, correction. Equestrian safety. And the additional outreach for curb extensions, lane narrowing, and traffic circles in residential neighborhoods.
Second?
Second.
All right, we have a first by Councilmember Anthony, a second by Councilmember Mullins. Could we get a vote, please?
Yes.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Very yes.
Thank you.
All right, the last report to council tonight is consideration to submit a letter to the state legislature in support of Senate Bill SB 805. I welcome Chief Quintero to please present the report.
Vice Mayor Takahashi, council, staff, good evening. What time is it? 10:20. Woo, I'm ready. Tonight I will provide a brief overview of Senate Bill 805, also known as the No Vigilantes Act. This bill, introduced by Senators Perez and Wiener, would require all law enforcement officers operating California, federal, state, and local, to visibly display their agency and either name or badge number during enforcement duties. The only exception being those that are in an undercover capacity, and a violation of this statute would be a misdemeanor. The bill authorizes law enforcement to do the following: ID, provide identification from suspected impersonators, restricts immigration enforcement by private actors such as bounty hunters and bail agents, requires confidentiality of a defendant's immigration status within bail operations, expands the crime of impersonating a public official beyond electronic means such as the internet. In Burbank, our officers are already in compliance with the bill's primary provisions through state law, our department policy, and current uniform manual standards. Because of this, we do not anticipate any change in the day-to-day operations as it currently meets all statutes under California codes. Now, I believe it's important to mention a few considerations regarding this bill. First, it may raise legal questions regarding the supremacy clause if applied to federal officers who operate under federal authority, since they are not bound by state law. Second, the bill codifies practices that are already in place via statutes and policies. And then some provisions could introduce conflict with federal law without a clear local benefit. For these reasons, my position, and that both of the Los Angeles County Police Chiefs and the California Police Chiefs, is neutral. I am in support of the overall philosophy, transparency, accountability of what the bill is intended to achieve. My concern at the end of the day is the potential conflicts or the unintended consequences that I mentioned, specifically when you have a state law that is in direct conflict of a federal law. And specifically, we're talking about operational challenges in challenging a government entity and what that means for us, and then also fiscally. We're already seeing it across the region as far as local municipalities being impacted when we're challenging the federal government. So for those specific reasons, choosing, along with the other agencies, to remain neutral, SB 805 reinforces protocols that are already in place. And as mentioned before, some of those provisions could be in conflict. So staff's recommendation tonight is to note and file the report. However, If council directs and still wants to support the document, a letter of support has been drafted on your behalf. And that is the end of the report. If you have any questions, I'm here.
Great. Thank you for your report. Do we have a comment? Okay, well, we'll do
We have
public
one.
comment first, and then we'll come back to ask you some questions. All right, our first and only public comment tonight is Mr. Jason Lewis. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, and for the last time tonight, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and audience, private citizen Jason Lewis, this time to bring my support for council to send a letter to Sacramento supporting SB 805, the No Vigilantes Act. I'm actually really glad this is on the agenda because I wanted to speak my mind on this, and hey, I'm already here. So, identifying yourself as a member of law enforcement is a tired trope as old as Hollywood. Flashing your badge like Boulder and Scully, Detective Joe Friday of Dragnet. It's a part of the job. Badges with an ID number, name tag, they're not just a part of the uniform, they're the identification that this isn't someone criminally impersonating a member of law enforcement to kidnap them. This is a no-brainer. If you're in favor of citizens trusting in law enforcement or building that trust, it is important our city publicly stands with the kind of laws that bolster that. The recognition for the Burbank High Bulldog baseball team's charity they performed during the fires, and amazing sportsmanship and generosity by those young men, by the way, that reminded me that during the fires, folks might not know this, our Burbank police officers were also out there, like our fire department, helping our neighbors in the cities affected. They were keeping homes safe from looters as they evacuated, and imposters trying to look like out-of-town fire departments were caught along with common criminals. So it's not just about Burbankers trusting our police. These masked thugs destroy trust in all authority because I know I didn't get the quarterback wristband to know who's with the real law enforcement. Did you? Again, this is about trust. We should not accept masked bounty hunters kidnapping people based on where they are hanging out, what they're wearing, or what kind of jobs they're seeking. It isn't normal. The reasons giving for wearing black socks on their faces is nonsense. They're ashamed. They don't want to be outed. If you're wearing a badge and serving honorably, you're not ashamed. I don't see shame in the officers in my city. On the contrary, I see pride in the service they give to our citizens in our community every day. I stand with all law enforcement being identifiable, unmasked, like I see our Burbank officers do today and have every day. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Does staff have any response to public comment?
The only thing that I will reiterate is, as mentioned before, the statutes or the concerns that were brought up by the comment specifically already exist. So there are strong laws associated with impersonating a public official, whether that's police, fire, or some other official. And also, as far as the display of insignia is clear within the statute as far as name or serial number, badge, and patches. So that currently already exists. What we are discussing specifically with 805, what we're looking to kind of cast a wider net is specifically associated with the federal government to address the concerns that are being brought up with the community.
All right, thank you. All right, council, questions? Yeah.
Based on what Mr. Lewis said, Chief, will you or your staff, any of the officers, have any authority over an outside agent who may not be displaying the badge or showing their face? Would you able to go and arrest them because they were not displaying the proper requirement of what we have here in the city, which I know you are in compliance with, badge showing your identity, identifying the officers when they go on site? Do we have any authority over them? Can we arrest them? Can we do anything because they're in violation?
Councilmember Mullins, I want to make sure I understand your question correctly. So to clarify, are we talking about a state, a local municipality? Are we talking about
Federal.
a federal? Have no authority over a federal entity at all.
Because that's what we're talking about. I mean, the issue was brought to our attention, and I think that's where SB 805 started from, regarding the ICE agents going into communities, arresting people or, taking them. And there's a lot of different scenarios that we can talk about. in specifically federal, because again, we're in compliance here, would we have any authority over them?
So the short answer is no, we technically do not have any authority over the federal government. The other response, the longer response specifically, is up until the point that we know they are federal government. So what I'm saying is we have the right to investigate or determine if they actually are a legitimate law enforcement agency. And specifically, I think everybody across the region has seen it televised, media, otherwise, as far as there have been instances where people are trying to impersonate the federal government. That's why it's within our right to investigate further. At the point that we determine they identify themselves, even though they are not displaying the appropriate insignia, we have no authority over the federal government as far as we can't compel them to A, cease activity, B, display insignia or do other things that is the norm of a state or a local municipality.
Thank you. My other question is, if we have other agents from other cities, let's talk about local government, and do we have state police that come into our city for arrest, or they do any type of warrant or arrest here in the city of Burbank? Does that happen?
So the state municipality for California is the California Highway Patrol.
Okay.
And they fall under the same sections that we would fall under as far as local
Identifying
municipalities.
them.
Correct. That is codified within the penal code.
So when we have somebody, City of Glendale, our neighboring city, when they come to our city, I'm assuming, they're complying with the same laws you're complying with, which mean identify yourself, your badge, and you don't have face covers unless, again, you mentioned the report they're undercover and they have to be protected. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Under state, codified specifically as far as the insignia, there is nothing specifically as far as masks, but from a professionalism standpoint, a normal state of practice as far as kind of what was already mentioned by the public comment, Mr. Lewis, we are not ashamed or afraid to hide our faces and would only hide them in the capacity that we needed to, probably in an undercover capacity. As far as full uniform representing public safety, for purposes of transparency, accountability, and trust, that would be outside the scope of how we would interact with the community.
Thank you.
I would also point that there are fairly broad exemptions in this bill. The most obvious one is the one that the chief touched upon, undercover operations. There's another exemption for officers wearing personal protective equipment that prevents display. Number 4 is exigent circumstances involving an imminent danger to persons or property or the escape of a perpetrator or destruction of evidence. And finally, when there is a specific, articulable, and particularized reason to believe identification would pose significant danger to the physical safety of the peace officer. Whether you like them or not, those are very broad exemptions, which would mean a person not identifying themselves would not be violating the law.
Or at least could find a very easy excuse not to follow it.
Well, the burden for actually filing a case is that a prosecutor believes they can prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And there's a lot of doubt in these exceptions.
Councilmember Rosati.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The Assembly member and the council member talked about facial coverings, but I looked up the bill and I read this a couple times. Is this talk about facial coverings or just ID?
This bill is specifically to address ID. I believe Congresswoman Laura Friedman is trying to introduce a bill that specifically would then address masks.
I think it's a different bill.
Correct.
Yeah.
House Bill 4004.
Yeah, because the Assembly member mentioned 805 and facial covering. That's why I was just questioning it. And then what is a bail fugitive?
a bail agent or
A bail fugitive.
So a bail fugitive, the actual definition, I'll do my best as far as explaining it. It's someone who is currently awaiting trial, is out on bail. So there's an associated bond for being released and out on their own reconnaissance. So should they, what's the word I'm looking for? Not forfeit the bail, but
Fail to appear?
fail to appear. Should they fail to appear? Thank you. Then at that point,
Don't ask me how I
they
know
would
that.
be considered a bail fugitive, where they did not show up to court. Warrant would be issued for their arrest for failure to show up, and in essence, also forfeiture of the bail associated with being out on their own reconnaissance.
So they've committed a crime,
Correct.
and that crime could be,
They're alleged to have committed a crime, and prior to sentencing, they've been released on bail with a promise to return for further court proceedings.
and then they're a fugitive because they didn't return.
They failed to appear, which is a separate charge.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No? No questions from me? So deliberation? Okay, Councilmember Anthony.
So, this moved through the state senate already. Carolyn Menjivar voted in favor on the Senate floor. It's moving through the assembly committees. It was in Assemblymember Schultz's committee, Public Safety, which he chairs. We saw the video. He obviously voted in favor of it. My guess is, will likely vote for it on the assembly floor. So both of our reps are going to vote for this. The governor has signified that he's going to support it. A letter is not going to do anything. It's not going to change any hearts and minds, whether we support it or not. At the end of the day, what we have here is a symbolic gesture. I personally have looked at all the conflicting evidence. We have a number of state and local statutes that we already work on. For me, unless a federal law is passed in Congress, it's not really going to do much. From my understanding, what this would do at the end of the day is simply give standing for our state attorney general to file the lawsuits that we're talking about, which are hard to prove, hard to substantiate, but it gives him standing to move something forward. If both of our state reps are voting for it, I'm inclined to simply support the bill on its face because of what it stands for and what it means. It may not end up doing anything. It may get thrown out in court the moment the lawsuit goes through. But at the end of the day, what we're seeing on the streets, it's tough to watch. I saw just last week, there's an actor who's been in the news recently, Dean Cain. He used to play Superman on TV. And he joined ICE. He said, I'm going to do my due diligence of supporting the president and his administration. And he's doing it without a mask. And he's showing up with his name and his face. And he says, I'm going to join as me. And to me, I may not agree with his choices, but I respect his honorable choice to not hide his identification. He's doing the job of law enforcement as we in this country see what law enforcement should be doing. Your name and your face and your badge number and your identification, because you're doing the honorable thing, or at least what you believe to be the honorable thing. So I'll reiterate, what we're talking about here is just a letter of support. We're not actually enforcing it. I don't think it could be enforced anyways. It's a symbolic gesture. I'm inclined to support it. I know our state legislators are going to vote for it anyways. On its face, do we think, at the end of the day, anyone involved in law enforcement at any level, should they follow the standard protocols that we've set forth in this country of proper identification, name, badge number? So that's what I see this as.
Okay. Any other comments? Or during deliberation? Would you like to? Yeah. Yes, we are. Yes.
I'm happy to deliberate. I understand, and I see it exactly the same way. This is all symbolic. really nothing we do here is going to have any effect on federal, what they're doing, the outcome. I appreciate the Congresswoman tonight coming in and looking for bigger and better things. And I take what the chief said and what our staff's recommendation in great heart. We do ask questions, as we did with all the other reports. We ask where they're coming from, why are they saying that. And at the end of the day, I am responsible for our own police and fire, local police and fire. If the chief had come up and said, well, you know, at times we don't identify beside being undercover and the exemptions they have, you know, we don't do it all the time, but we'll try to do a better job, I'll be the first one to say, nope, starting tomorrow, you are going to display your badge. You are going to do it. Why? Because we are responsible for our local safety, law enforcement in the city of Burbank. I am not responsible for federal. It's something that bigger, better legislators are working on it, and I hope they're successful in getting it through. And I hope this will all go away because I, like you, seen things on social media, we see it on TV, and it's something you don't want to look at and you want to see, but I know there's nothing in my capacity. A letter is not going to do anything. It really gives false expectation, hope that we actually did something, but we really didn't do anything. The other concern, and the chief mentioned it, is bringing attention to ourselves.
Yeah.
And we've all seen the reaction that have come to some cities because of bringing attention to yourself. I'm not afraid to bring attention to ourselves fighting the state because of housing issues, because of transportation issues. But when I start looking at what's been happening to other cities and funding that's been taken away from them, including universities, including a lot of, I mean, we see it on TV every morning, who lost how many millions of dollars in funding. Congresswoman Friedman is giving us some money for things that we desperately need in the city. I don't want that to be taken away because City of Burbank signed a letter that has no meaning whatsoever, that is not going to make a change or a difference in what's happening today. And it's not because I don't feel bad, and it's not because I want transparency, it's because I'm responsible for my local government, and our chief has come to me and said, we want to stay neutral, it's in our best interest because we already do this. So for that reason, I cannot continue supporting because I don't want to lose funding, and I know my voice is not going to have an impact on anybody. So with that, I think I am declining to sign that letter or even send it on behalf of the city. I think we need to keep our focus on local issues in this matter because nothing we're going to do is going to make any difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Just real simple. If I'm going to side with our residents and bail fugitives, I'm going to go on the side of our residents. I do think that there would be unintended consequences. I'm kind of an impact guy. I do things that make impacts. Window dressing and virtual signaling, with all due respect to the people involved in this bill, I don't think that this bill does anything meaningful. If it did, I might think differently, but I think it just draws more spotlight to us than we need. So I'm going to note and file.
Thank you for your comments. So this was my agenda item, and I asked to agendize this item, letter support for SB 805, because one of our charges as a council is to do what is within our power to protect our residents and those in our Burbank community. SB 805 is a state-level bill, that, among other things, attempts to help us protect our community members from ICE and other authority impersonators. These impersonators are bad actor opportunists using this unique time in our history to take advantage of the gray cloud of confusion around ICE raids, who act with plainclothes, masks, unmarked cars, and most importantly, not showing badges or having personal identification. In particular, unidentified ICE impersonators targeting women of color. Our two representatives, Caroline Menjivar in the Senate and Nick Schultz in the Assembly, are two of the co-signers of SB 805. They are showing in locked arms of solidarity and collaboration across state bodies to do what they can to let us know that our community member safeties matter, that we are not okay with these bad actors taking advantage. While the points made that it may not have a significant impact on our police department's procedures are valid, and it will have challenges at the state level of implementation, it may not even do anything, as you have said, it is also true that this is the best attempt that we can make to address this issue at this time. The state level is where it makes sense to have this conversation. This is where we can support our state representatives to help them help us figure out how to protect our community. They are willing to put this up for a vote in the Assembly and to go to bat for us in the state. We can thank them for fighting for us, for working together, and being willing to have this hard conversation at this difficult time by sending this letter of support. And some say that our city is not being affected by ICE impersonators like other cities are, and we may not be seeing as many ICE raids here as other cities are seeing. And that may be true, and then we may be drawing attention to ourselves, but it's definitely happening in our region, and it can happen in our city at any time. And even if it doesn't happen here, we cannot sit idly by while we watch our neighbors deal with it, and we sit back and we say nothing while they're dealing with it. So we don't want to have attention on ourselves, so the attention will be on the other cities, not us. I don't think that's a fair or very righteous or very proud stance to take. So we must remember that many of the people in our city come here to work. They live in the cities and the areas that are affected by this behavior. We're all connected. So the staff report says that other cities have already sent support: Monterey Park, Paramount, Pasadena, and Hawthorne. And I personally would be proud to add our city to that list and show our state representatives that we thank them for their support to help us. And I also want it to be known, when our children look back at this video at this meeting, our future Burbank residents read our minutes of our decisions during this unique time, that they see that the council did not stay silent. They are proud of their past leaders of the city, seeing leaders who understood the time we're in, and we saw what is happening around us, and we said something. So I wanted to say something, and that's why I brought it up. So clearly I support signing the letter, because I did agendize it, and I have these reasons, but I wanted to make this statement so the community knows why I brought it to us.
With that being said, I'd like to go on the record here, so if it's okay, just to put it to a vote. I'd like to move that we forego the customary second step in the additional agenda item process and send the enclosed letter of support for Senate Bill 805, the No Vigilantes Act, to the original co-sponsors, Senators Sasha and Renee Perez and Senator Scott Wiener, and to our state representatives, Senator Caroline Menjivar and Assemblymember Nick Schultz.
I will second. So first by Councilmember Anthony, second by Vice Mayor Takahashi. Please call the vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
No.
Councilmember Rosati?
No.
Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes. So the vote fails, and it is a note and file then, I guess, because of the vote failing. Okay. All right. Now we are near the end of the meeting. We're almost there. I think, well,
No.
we're not quite on time,
No.
but we haven't reached 11 yet. No, we're 50 minutes behind. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So now we will hear council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments, attendance at conferences, regional meetings, and community events. Who would like to go first? Councilmember Mullins will go first.
Why not? Okay, July 30th, I had a meeting at I can't even talk. Sorry. I had a meeting at Mythical Headquarter. I didn't know which one I should read first, it's a great place to visit. You would never think it's there. It's on Victory, all brick building, but they do a lot of YouTube filming, and they have a whole setup, 150 employees. It was a good tour to learn about their success and also showing us part of where they do their filming. So I was very pleased to have a conversation with them and understand about their operation. The same day I went to the ribbon cutting, and this is what I thought it was. I did that first. For the Ritzy, I was there with Councilmember Anthony and the Vice Mayor. The solar project, which we're very excited about. And we had the ribbon cutting that day, followed by a luncheon with Sarkis from the ANCA, had some updates about the Armenian community and some of the things they're working on. And then Expo, and I attended on Friday, August 1st, the Expo. I'm not going to call it job fair because I know that is not the right words to say, but at the time when I went, there were about 800 to 1,000 people in present, so everyone was excited. It was really a wonderful event of connection. So I know that they're changing the name maybe in the future. So there's not that anticipation of I'm going to get hired, bring my resume to the fair. Then I attended National Night Out, and that again met with neighborhoods and great success. Congratulations to the police department, as usual, and all the departments are really involved. And I want to shout out to all the executives and the city manager. Everyone was there this year. I think all of you guys showed up, which I think is the first year in many years that I've seen everyone there. So thank you. Participation was very well noticed among the community there. And then I attended yesterday the Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena Regional Housing Trust. I attended that as the alternate on behalf of the mayor. And I wanted to report that we awarded, I have the amount here, I think $2 million for construction to a project for the city of Pasadena, and it's called, it's for the transition age youth, which is very interesting because this is youth target. You have to be between the age of 18 to 24 and low income to qualify to be in the in this housing project, 57 units. And you have just to prove that you're low income. They're all studios, and they allow you to live there. And the good news is they once you qualify and you get in, they don't just kick you out because you started working or making money. So they just reevaluate and allow them to move on their own. So Pasadena started that, and we did allocate the $2 million for their project. And that was it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you. 31st attended the Ritzy. That is a huge solar project that's going to be generating a lot of power. Really great. Attended the expo. I got to introduce one of the panels that was talking about bringing jobs back, not just with tax credits, but what different jurisdictions are doing. I got a little bit of, I got to put a little precursor at that panel about what we're doing, so people were excited about all the changes we're making and what we're working on. So that was great. I also did take a moment to go upstairs. We had a lot of workshops this year, and it was packed. Standing room only. People were filing in. Twice as many people were there than there were seats in all of those workshops. So it was more than just a job fair. It was an expo, and I think that is exactly what it needs to be expanded upon in the future. I went to the Nonprofit Coalition Back to School Fair on August 2nd. It was very well attended. It was packed. A lot of our local nonprofits were there. helping kids, getting backpacks and school supplies, and signing them up for Boys and Girls Club and Scouts and all that other stuff. So very well attended. On August 7th, went to a ribbon cutting for New Path Wellness Center. They've been around for a couple years, but they just joined the Chamber of Commerce, and they're excited to get a larger interaction with the local economy. And then lastly, on August 9th, I saw Councilmember Rosati and our city manager at the Starlight on Tour. That was a huge concert in the park at McCambridge. And I'm very excited to say that I caught a T-shirt that was shot from the T-shirt cannon. It was very cool because the air caught it, and no, it doesn't fit me at all. It was a youth medium.
Were they aiming at you?
No, they were not. No, they were launching that at random, and I had to like step over. Yeah, it was. No, I stepped over our picnic. Anyway, I almost fell. But I caught it.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosati.
On Thursday, August 7th, I attended the Arroyo Verdugo Communities JPA meeting. On Saturday, the 9th, I attended the Burbank Rancho Neighborhood Specific Plan pop-up in over by Pavilions. Very well attended, and there were 3 horses there. They walked them over to the pavilions. So a lot of good comments. And good comments, and very staff took input well, and there was a lot of good synergy. So I like what I saw there. And then I also attended the Starlight on Tour Centennial Bash, and there was a lot of department staff there that participated. Parks and Rec just did such a great job of setting up the booths, taking down the booths, and then, of course, moving on to the concert portion of that. All I saw were Burbank Park and Rec shirts everywhere. So I don't know how many people we had there, but everyone was working hard to make sure everyone was having a good time. So just kudos to that department for putting on a great bash. And it was free, by the way.
All right, thank you. Let's see, on the 31st, I was at the Ritzy as well, and to highlight that particular project, it's the first large-scale solar project in Burbank. It's our only locally sourced project of solar, and also all of the material was made in America, so that's pretty cool. And then later that afternoon, after several meetings, I came back to my office and I went downstairs to CSB, went to the employee ice cream social. And I had, oh, that's right, you were there. That's right. Had ice cream at the ice cream social. And then on the 1st, went to the Media Expo. And by the way, I got awesome feedback about the workshops and about your panel. Lots of folks enjoyed that. Also, the line for the headshots and for the resume writing was very long. People were appreciative of that. Headshots can be expensive, so having those headshots for free is great. August 4th, I was at the San Fernando Valley COG Transportation Committee, where the COG voted to support our Olive Bridge request for funding. So hopefully that will go to the main COG, and hopefully that will get approved for support too. On the 5th, National Night Out, I got to ride with Chief Quintero, which was fun. Yay. And then on the 6th, I went to the...
Wait, hold on. You got to ride? What do you mean?
Yeah.
He drove around to all the different...
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Uh-huh. It's fun. We went to 3... How many did you guys go to? I went to 3.
We only went to 2 because we had a lot longer conversations going on there. So,
Yeah.
And I rode with Captain Ruiz.
Okay.
So you go with different captain or the chief.
Yeah, if you go with the chief, everyone wants to talk to the chief. And then on the 6th, I went to the Valley Economic Alliance Environment Subcommittee. Talked about the regional kind of environment plan for businesses and roadmap. Then on the 12th, that's today, earlier today, I had a meeting with a representative from Nick Schultz's office about SB 79 and about the details about that. By the way, August 29th is a key date for SB 29. That's when we're going to know whether it comes out of the appropriations or not. So it's August 29th. Well, it'll either stay in appropriations for another year, or it'll be released and then the assembly will vote on it. And then so many meetings this past 2 weeks. My calendar was full. I think my Zoom was smoking, and then I also drank a lot of coffee with all the meetings I had this past couple weeks. I love talking to people, but it can be a lot. All right, that's all I got. And let's see, now is the time for introduction of additional agenda items. Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'd like to request a first step report on the potential cost of fully painting our red curbs at crosswalks and the funding of a study for findings with the expressed intent of a long-term plan to create an exemption for the city of Burbank with regards to AB 413 and apply for possible state grants to fund that.
Got it.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Mullins?
Yes, I'd also like to ask for a first step report regarding the letter that was submitted from the Burbank.
Sure. To specifically do what?
Which is, it addresses the terminology and policy relating to housing providers.
Got it.
And I'm not sure if you received, okay.
We got a copy.
It's
Yeah.
the same copy that I have right here.
Okay.
You guys got copies, right?
Okay. Councilmember Rosati, me neither. All right, so now we adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, August 26, 2025, for a joint meeting in the council chamber, 275 East Olive Avenue, second floor. Thank you, and we made it right before 11. Good night.